Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that ain't hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practice his rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing, while he's dojo training hours a day, playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that ain't hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome Welcome to the dojo. It's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo. I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. Sweat work's what I believe. Ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo. It's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo. I stepped away from easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. If sweat work's what I believe. Ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweak and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. If sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. If sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Icy. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin. Who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
hacking?
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board. It's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless. He rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction. The status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. Sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweat work's what we need, G. If sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweak and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo!
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
hacking.
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board. It's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless. He rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction. The status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't
All right, my friends, here we go. Before the games start, I want to take a look at what happened yesterday with the help of the computer. This is the dojo computer. And this was Ferrugia against Nordebek Jr. over here. So we had this amazing, it was definitely a theoretical battle, but both sides, it was so complicated that clearly both sides didn't completely understand what they were doing. Okay, notice here, the engine has this queen f3 move as number 3. And David was talking about rook b8 as being the classic move. But look at this, the engine is saying that what Nordebek Jr. did was the correct move. So here we go. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Oh, man. Now, I remember looking at this in the database, and it was saying that queen d3 was the most common move. People are missing knight b4 there. Easy to miss. And then they're just hosed. So, queen g3 did not get played. Could not get played. Instead, we had queen e3. Actually, I take it back. I'm looking at the database here on the left. You can't see it, unfortunately. It does say queen g3 with 21 games. So, queen e3. No, I take it back. I take it back. Of course it was queen g3. Of course it was queen g3. Queen g3. Knight d4, knight a3, knight e2. Here was the divergence between queen d3 and queen e3. So queen e3 was played. And now we have here, 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 here. Yeah, Jake's not here today, guys. Sorry about that. Well, no one's. David is off for the next couple days. Hopefully I'll get some help from other people too. Let's go. Let's just go look over here. Boom. Boom. Last round. 11. And then this was this game. So yeah, knight 65. And now queen e4. So look, now, by the way, one of the things is like you could clearly, Veruja had thought about this a lot before the game. And one of the reasons I want to look at this is just like the extent of computer prep. But he was thinking here already on the decision of where to play on move 14. So queen e4. And now we had f5, queen b1. I mean, they're playing great chess. So here they're thinking. They don't know. And we get this, we actually get this move h6. Look at this. So the game continuation, my friends, is here. The whole thing. Amazing. All right, so here we go. Boom. This is the game. That was all forced from what happened. And now the computer doesn't know quite what to think. d5, knight f4. And queen b3. Now it's saying white's a little bit better here with queen b3. So, queen b3. And this is where the amazing bishop f3 was played. And look at that. We did not consider, no one considered. No one considered c4, dude. No one considered it, dude. No. Wow. Yeah. Bishop f3, no one was even thinking about, wait a second. Cry, you're getting it all wrong, though. You're getting it all wrong, buddy. So knight f4, queen b3 first. Okay, let's go back. You're not here, buddy. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, so we're over here. He played rook b8 first. Now apparently this move queen c, and actually what do we got to say? It's not only to develop the rook, but also to prevent c4. Bishop f3, c4 would happen. So now, he plays queen c2. If queen a4, maybe knight d3. Okay. I was looking at that knight g2 move, and then bishop f3. Look at how tight this is. Whew, man, all right, bishop f3. I believe we now had d4. I believe we now had knight e2. I believe we now had queen c6. And now he had to bite the bullet. If you play knight g1, you're going to be a little bit worse. And here's where he came up with rook f8. And it seemed too slow to us, but we couldn't instantly refute it, even though it felt too slow. And then actually now the game's actually gone. Whew, man, that was a rough game. Man, that was rough. Okay, so, yeah, the games will start in about 5 minutes. Let's refresh this over here. That was an intense game. I mean, just to put it in perspective, we had huge thinks on move. I mean, yeah, trying to figure out bishop f3, rook b8, all this stuff. And it's funny, rook f8 felt wrong to us, but we couldn't immediately figure it out, right? And we saw that if you played knight g1, that you would be, instead of rook f8, that you would be a little worse. It was obviously very complicated, but we saw that yeah, queen f5 was a real hassle. Oh, man. Amazing. And what terrible thing happens on king takes? Just queen g6, exactamundo. That's why you got to play queen f5. Whew, man. Okay. So, I'm going to keep this open. We'll get this all the way back just in case we have some opening battles we want to look at. In general, I don't want to use the engine, but for opening battles, I might turn it on. Like yesterday was such a clear case of, somebody having the big time computer analysis. But also what was interesting about it was even with the analysis, it wasn't an easy thing. Now, let me say some obvious things about these games. The big game is Bluebaum Sarin. I think as a fan favorite, it might be Firouzja Neiman. Now, obviously these guys, Sarin and Bluebaum, are leading the pack, and you would think statistically have the bigger chances, okay? But look, there are actually 4 more rounds. So from the perspective of the ratings, you would expect that these dudes will fall, Bluebaum and Sarin, that they're not going to last. And that's my intuition, that neither Bluebaum or Sarin is actually going to make it in. And this huge chunk of change that we got here with I don't think Mishra. I think if I was going to be betting, man, the chances are with Maksutlu, Firouzja, Abdu Sr., Anish. I think if Neiman wins this game, he'd have a chance. Firouzja is an angry man. He's an angry man, though, and there's a reason he's rated higher. Okay, so I think, though, to do justice, the game of the day needs to be the Bluebaum game. We'll take a look at the other games, occasionally, but we do want to focus on Bluebaum just because those guys are leading the tournament. I'll let it sit for just a second here. We just want to see what Firouzja plays. So here, yesterday, of course, Firouzja played the fried liver. Now he goes bishop b5. Ooh, it's going to be hard not to look at that game. It's going to be hard not to look at that game. Bluebaum is a huge opening expert. I'd say he has some of the best theory out there. Yeah. When I click on him, he has a performance rating of 2887, which is great. Sarin, 2850. But when you look at Sarin actually hasn't played anybody over 2700. He played Maksutlu, who is now over 2700, just at the time he wasn't. And Bluebaum, he beat Prague, was his big victory, and Arjun. Oh, man. So, epic wins from Bluebaum. Amazing that his performance is only 2887. Neiman has a performance of 2786. And this round is the first round that he's playing a 2700. Firouzja. Yeah, Firouzja actually. No players over 2700 so far. Now, Nordebek Jr., Senior. Nordebek Senior has also not played any 2700s, right? And in terms of rating, he has a soft pairing now with Mishra. I love this opening. He's playing the what do we want to the Karo that I espoused in my course, my dojo course. And so I think I just think it's a good opening. Now, Bluebaum, Sarin, we're going to dive into. We'll come back to some of these other ones, but let's get into this. This is, of course, ancient theory, and there are a variety of ways to play the Queen's Gambit accepted. This is the old way to play e3 here. And there are a variety of ways for black to play. The classic way, of course, is e6, c5, a6. So let's just see what can be done. Far Eastern and Jake are talking about the Tartakau or Karo. A lot of people in the dojo are playing that, maybe because of the course. It's also just a very simple setup. And, back in the day when I played the Karo as a kid, basically everybody played knight c3. And now I feel like the advance is more popular just with the help of the computer. It's a very interesting opening. I could talk about it at length. There was a Dutch IM somebody made me aware of who called me out for saying, and he said the Tartakauer was bad. it's just, I think he called it idiotic. And so somebody made me aware of that. And he was kind of calling me an idiot at the same time for saying that it was a good opening. But hey, buddy, we got some people at the higher level playing this opening. How bad can it be? Well, clutch easily, what I mean by that is not the white players, but we have a lot of black players who are playing the Karo. That's what I meant by that. And they're playing the Tartakauer. Oh yeah, and we're getting a very spicy variation of the McCanus attack with Aguirre and Maksudlu. That's going to be spicy. So I think, yeah, we're having great games today. Keimer, Vidit so far is just a boring, it's not boring. There's no position that's actually boring. But some people, I know in the dojo, would call it boring. Someone said yesterday, I can't believe some people play the French. It's boring. Well, since when has the French been boring? The French is a mirror image of the King's Indian. It's insane. Yeah, and how come the King's Indian gets called exciting and the French not? Give me a break. So, Sarin tanking a little bit here. And let me just guess that he was not expecting Bluebaum to play this. He had probably guessed that he was going to play something else. Anyways, we're going to get some classic stuff. In my time, a variation I enjoyed was a line that Kramnik pioneered. Now, you guys are going to call this boring. I think it's very interesting. D takes c5. And the early computers really liked this for white. They were giving a clear advantage. I think it's a small advantage. Let's actually, here, I'll turn on this little analysis bar just for a second. So it's giving plus 0.3, to this position. Again, so it's turn it on just to get a sense of what the modern engine thinks about it. Now you can't see actually when I turn the engine on, but I just want to be I want to be clear when I do, in the rare cases, turn on the engine. Okay, so we got some moves on the table. E6. It would be very surprising if bishop takes c4 was not played. There we go. c5 castles. And now here a spicy variation. Black plays c takes d4. And this is not terrible, but to me, it looks like a very reasonable IQP. Now, you can get this particular IQP from a variety of move orders, but I like this one in general. I like this one in general for white. There is going to be a question of how you position your pieces, and if it's possible that Sarin had studied this a little bit. There's a famous line in the Nimzo Indian that Karpov did, but there the bishop is on b4 and gets to take c3. I bring it up because the standard formation for black is something like b6, bishop b7, knight d7, rook c8. And white has a choice then, really, of where to put the queen. You can put it here, you can put it d3, e2, you can put the rook here. Generally, the pawn goes here to prevent knight b4 stuff and the blockade. So this is what we got. It says dojo training. Well, let's see if I can fix that. I don't know if I can. I probably can fix it. Is it important? I don't know. Let's go creator dashboard. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. And we'll go exclam Samarkand. Let's see if it changes. So, good morning, Graham. Let's go back. Did it change? Yeah, buddy, I changed it. So I want to give a shout out. We got a 20% off your first month of the dojo if you use this code Samarkand. So we're putting that in the chat. Now, white has many different formations here. Okay. He is playing rook e1. a6. Okay, very quickly. So as I said, b6 is a little bit more standard. Nothing wrong with a6 here. I'm predicting a3 here as the main move for white. I think a lot of people might be not freaked out by a3, but they might be like, Cry, you talk about development all the time. Why would you play a3? It's generally just to give the bishop a nice retreat, but also to keep people out of b4. Now, as I said, Bluebaum is an opening genius. He plays knight e5. He says, you know what? I don't need that. And maybe part of the rationale, too, there's a lot of rationale for this move, actually, but is that black, the reason we play a3 is generally to keep the knight out. But the knight's not going there anymore. The other big question on knight e5 is, on b5, are we going to get fancy with queen f3? Just at first glance, I don't think it's going to do anything, like rook a7, and then what? The rook is pretty good on a7. There's a great book I read called, what was that thing called? It was by Sakis, and I think it was called like GM Tactics or something like that. And it wasn't necessarily a classic tactics book with a bunch of puzzles or something, but it was a collection of games with specific themes. And one of the themes was the IQP. And it really helped me understand like how these positions go down. Now we get knight c6, frisky move. Frisky move giving white some big options, obviously, to completely change the structure of the position. He doesn't think about it at all. Boom. All right, pawn takes. Now, I was just giving a speech on the IQP. That speech is over. That speech is over. Bishop f4. Okay. Now, this position is reminiscent of a lot of other positions now with this kind of structure. And the big point about bishop f4 is we are trying to prevent the rook from coming to b8 now. Very quick play by Bluebell. It's very, I guess I'm going to call it impressive that he's mapped this out so deeply. Because moves like a6 and knight c6 are, to me, like, black has a lot of options there. But it's quite possible, right? This is just the computerish thing that we do here. And he had kind of mapped, you follow the computer line. Black has many moves here where he at least has a playable game. Knight d5, bishop d6, c5. I would say c5 is probably the most challenging, but you have to wonder after d5 isn't, white feels just a little bit better after d5. I like white's position. Yeah, I like it fine. I'd say white's a little bit better. I might have Rachel join me a little later. Kostya will probably come onto the stream. I got some help this morning, so I don't have to take the kids to school. I have to tend to them a little bit, but otherwise I'm doing fine. Okay, let's go take a look just for a second at some of the madness. I'm just going to report that the Firouzja-Niemann game, pretty tame so far. Rui position, nothing too special yet. That will become a big firefight. I would be impressed if Niemann holds a draw with Firouzja over there. Mishra Nordebek Sr. Looks kind of theoretical. He did play h5, h4 as I recommend in the course. Thank you very much. And fighting game. Parham against Geary. Ooh, that one's hard to judge. That's a real slugfest over there. Yeah. And Keimer Vidit, let's call that tame. And then everybody else, I think we could talk about them, but they're all getting hosed. Their chances of qualifying are much less, so I'm gonna pay less attention to them too. Yeah. Knight c6 and bishop f4 feels like a bluff. I don't know. What do you mean a bluff? It feels pretty standard to me. Pretty standard chess. I think black definitely has some questions to answer. Another frisky move could be queen b6. That might be, no, queen b6, we have knight a4, I presume. I think we're doing good on knight a4. In general, we would probably like to play knight a4 at some point anyway. This knight is dominated. This bishop also probably wants a different square in life. It doesn't know yet, but it wants a different square. Yeah. Black, of course, has big problems themselves. This bishop, not doing great. Hans and Ali Reza were born 2 days apart. That's interesting, especially because it just seems like Ali Reza's older because he's been around so much. Man with Head of Dog asks, Advanced Chess Tactics by Sakis? Yes, indeed. Okay, 5-minute think, and now we got a5. And I'm going to say I'm not a huge fan of this move. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Because, yes, you can threaten. Dude, Bluebaum's playing super fast. His move makes sense, but it's still very surprising that he'd be moving this fast. Queen d3. Okay, now, of course, it makes sense. It does a couple things. We are stopping bishop a6. I think we want to put the rook on d1 no matter what anyway, right? And we have options to later swing the queen if we want to. Like maybe bishop e5 followed by queen g3. Or even queen h3 and bishop d3 after rook a d1. One interesting thing too is, like, if black plays knight d, well, I think on any time you play knight d5, I'm going to be playing here. At someday I might play, if I get rook a d1 in, I might tuck the bishop here too. That also seems quite reasonable. So the big question is generally always, can black play c5? I still feel c5 d5 should be an advantage for white. Which one of the opponents was properly trained at the dojo? That's right. I don't understand. I wish I were Decent's comments, but Drittman asked, does c5 equalize? I'm going to say no. But it might be a kind of, it would turn into a technical position in my head after that. So c5, d5, and then white will be a little bit better. Jake asks, with the queen on d3, we are less likely to play rook e3. Yeah, I mean, rook e3, we can't really be dreaming about it too soon because we have to worry about knight d. I mean, actually, at some point, rook e3, we might do it. We might do it. I don't feel we're ready yet. I'd rather play rook a d1 first. It's very important to get that d pawn. The d pawn is not only to be defended, but we want to have juice if he ever plays c5. Okay, black is tanking. So this is how Bluebaum has made a career, honestly, is being super prepared, being ready to play his moves pretty quickly, and it creates drama for the opponent. His opponent's doing fine. Okay, here we go, queen b6. Now, I was thinking maybe that last move, and I was saying that knight a4 looked good. Now, let's just say the obvious. Knight a4 is good because it looks at the tender c5 square. Also, the knight on c3 is our worst piece. So helping that piece is in general a good thing. So the question when you play black is, what is your intention after knight a4? And I'm not really seeing it, because like knight a4, queen b4, probably just b3, and then we say, what's your queen doing there, buddy? Right? What's it doing there? My knight definitely likes to be on a4. I'm looking at that c5 square. Sombrero was talking about c5. I didn't think c5 was anything special. Because look, I played d5. What are you going to do? You're going to take it or something? Now I've opened up the rook. I got the weak pawn. You're not toast or anything. But this looks like a nice position for white. I can even take this way if I want. Skabix, you haven't missed much, dude. You're doing good. We got a key round here. I'll tell you what, I'll repeat some of my predictions when we look at the top. If you look at the top, you have a question, right, with this tournament, which was these 2600s seem to be body slamming the 2700s. But if you believe in the ratings, I think the claim would be, you know what, for a couple games, sure. But like long term, no. like over the course of 11 rounds, and we still have 4 rounds left. So even though these guys, Bluebaum and Sarin, are having the tournaments of their lives, and they're a half a point up, I think just with that rating thought, I'm like, nope, you know what? These other guys in here are going to be the ones where, I believe in them. All right, I call him my GM today, Knight A4. Now, something I want to just stress, when I do this commentary, there's a couple, let me just explain what I'm doing here. First, there's a selfish purpose, and that is I'm trying to get better myself, trying to understand what's going on. If I can say it clearly, then maybe I understand what's going on. So like a guess the move thing is very good practice for me. But also when I'm doing that, what I'm hoping is that I give like an approximate view of what it's like to play the position from either side. And that's, what engineless commentary is, right? It's like, well, what's that? Because the engine will tell you all kinds of things, and the people don't see that. They're thinking about ideas. So if I was black here, for example, I would be concerned, dude. I don't like black's position. Now, maybe black has some idea of what's going on that I don't, but I don't like it. This square is weak. This bishop is amazing. White has chances of playing really on two sides of the board here, with the c5 square, and then later maybe against the black king. Okay, so now we get queen a7. Now, if I was Bluebaum here, I would think a little bit, buddy. Bluebaum, you got to think for a second, bud. What's going on? So, natural moves are rook c1, rook d1. Fancy moves might be like bishop e5. I think, though, what we got to just get ready to see is that black is intending, he's saying, I'm going to force this bishop a6 thing. And what that tells me is like he's not necessarily needing to play c5. He might be willing to sit with that weakness for a while. And that just says, well, white's better then, right? Because even if it was a black's move and they played bishop a6 right here, I would still rather be white. In addition to simple rook moves and bishop e5, the pawn sack knight c5 is not dumb. That is not a dumb move. So first of all, you can't take it right away because of bishop d6. So if I was going to be worried about it, though, I would be like, well, what about rook d8, buddy? And then you do have some questions for Mr. Bestchins, of course. And maybe that's unpleasant after that. But it's important to see that knight c5 is a fundamental idea that I would love to carry out at some point. And maybe the key idea for black is to say, okay, I'll do bishop a6 later, but I want to harass you first. I want to see what you're going to, like, where you're going to put your queen, buddy. Then maybe I'll play bishop a6. I'm drinking the raw calamari juice. Jake said, maybe Nihal is just claiming they'll get him bishop a6 and nothing bad will happen to his king once the light square bishops come off the board. Maybe. And we got to say, too, like, he's the one who invited us to this glorious square where we're hitting the tender c5 square, which means that your c5 is pretty much out for a little while anyway. And that is going to drive our force count away from the king side as well. So let's just say that Bluebaum is definitely out of whatever book he was in and now has to play chess. Okay, I got to play chess too. On all of these moves, it's rook d8 that bothers me the most. This doesn't bother me right away. I would love to set up that knight c5 thing. Okay, I mean, one simple thought would be bishop e5. Now, you do have to figure out knight d7, but let me just show rook d8, queen g3. That looks like an advantage for white. You can imagine bishop a6, snip, snap, rook c1. That's just a beauty for white. Okay, so let's go back. Bishop e5. Could black play knight d7? Maybe. Keelan, to you, has some interesting ideas for Misha, but I want to focus on this game for a second just because it's our top game. So we were also talking about knight d5. Okay, we got to move. Rook ac1. So his first thing, 5 minutes. Okay, good. Now, my main question would be rook d8. And I'm as well, I don't want to assume anything, honestly. But I do have to. And by the way, even if white loses that pawn, man, it's not necessarily so terrible. Yeah, there's a lot of variations where, like, let's just say I kick it here, queen h3. Now that's a terrible move because of e5, but I just want to give an example of where I put the queen somewhere, anywhere. Let's put it here for a second. I don't like the move, I just want to show a point. If rook d4, we have bishop e3. If queen d4, I think bishop e3 or queen c6 are both problems. Okay, so he might have a cool way of answering rook d8. Let's just think about it for a second. Queen g3 is no bueno because of knight h5. Bishop e3 is a thought, but then knight d5 makes sense. People were asking about knight d5 in the chat earlier too, and I just want to say that the issue with knight d5 is you're not fighting for these squares. And those are your tender squares. So what is Bluebaum's intention after rook d8? Well, queen f, I mean, the problem with, I mean, okay, you're touching his pawn. Maybe it's not, maybe it's just simple and strong. If knight d5, we could probably play bishop e5. Knight d5 might be a little annoying. Then you'd have to figure out bishop e5, f6. And maybe you're going to lose your coconut and you're not going to get anything special. Okay, so I don't like queen f3, but I'm just looking for a way to dynamically deal with queen d4 as a threat. We also don't want to do rook here because of c5 then is strong. So Sarin is himself wondering, what is white going to do if I play rook d8? Queen e2 is a thought. c2 is a thought. Let's say we put on c2. So on queen d4, we have both bishop e3 and bishop c7, and they both look kind of spicy. But we'd want to make sure, like, it's not... All right, let's see. Like, bishop e3 here. Oh, excuse me. Lonely Winter, thank you for following. Something like this. I don't know it yet. I don't know it yet. We're doing a big game of chicken because Bluebaum says I got a plan after rook d8, and Nihal is like, well, bro, what is it? What is your evil plan after rook d8? By the way, if he plays bishop, I think rook d8 kind of has to come because bishop a6. Bishop a6, I'll just take it, and I'm just much better in that ensuing position. All right, let's put it on the board. Let's try to figure it out. Row 2K is asking, what is the compensation after I move the queen? Good question. The point I'm trying to say, though, is taking the pawn, opens diagonals for the pieces. But where to put the queen? And also, is there some other idea I'm missing? Like, is there some other move here that is not a queen move? One of the things I want to say, too, I feel like with rook c1, you are committing to, I don't want to call it losing the pawn, but sacking the pawn. Because what are you going to do? You can't just defend it because he's going to play c5 now. Queen e3. You know what? I wasn't playing queen e3 because of knight d5. Let's just give this a try here. So, queen e3, queen d4. We're going to look at knight d5 in a second. Knight b6. Well, maybe he can take, though. Maybe you can take your knight b6. All right, let me try to figure this out. Oh, I got it. Look at this variation. Queen takes. Rook takes. Knight b6. Let's say rook a7 is the only move. Then I go here. Ba-bam. Ooh, baby. Honestly, I don't even have to go there, ba-bam. I could take the bishop, too. Okay, so this might be very clever. Now, black could say, wait a second, I got knight d5. But do you? Because now I snip. And if pawn takes, you lose to rook c7. If pawn takes, you lose to queen takes e7. And if you play rook takes, well then, don't I have the famous knight c5? I might also have rook takes c6, because I'm threatening rook c7. That's also not dumb. Okay, so Rachel's here. Nice. Rachel, here, let me tell you my issues. I can tell you the good and the bad about today's stream. First, I don't necessarily need help because I'm going to have a friend deal with my evil children. So that's great. I do want to have you on the stream But there's two things that I got to figure out. One is you had some mode of communication with David. I don't even have you on Discord or something. So we got to get together on the Discord or something like that, or email. And then also my two-person cam thing, there's something going on weird with that. I might be able to figure it out, but I think I can figure it out. Anyways, I have a two-person cam, bro. Anyways, if you want to come in, send me something on the Discord. All right, so here we are, Rook AC1. I feel pretty good about Rook D8, Queen E3. Maybe we're not done yet. Maybe we still have to talk about this move. But all right, the obvious question is Bishop E. Ooh, I was going to say Bishop E5. Rook E4, though. I'm not sure I like that. Queen takes. And then he gets to Rook E1 mate. And then I got nothing. Oh, man. I was feeling good about my life there. Oh, I thought that was really cool. So let's try to, again, engineless commentary. We're trying to figure out what they're thinking about. And Bluebound played Rook AC1 in 5 minutes. He has an idea about what to do against Rook D8. And Sarin is trying to figure out what that idea is. If by the way, if Sarin does not have Rook D8, then White's just plumb better. Just plumb better. Because of the weakness of both the C5 square and the C6 pawn. And this knight wants to bounce in here. It'd really love to play knight C5. It'd just be like, oh, so delicious to play knight C5. All right, people talking to me about Hans's game. Well, is it eventful? I would say White is better in Hans's game. Again, I would say it would be a huge accomplishment for Hans to hold as black in this position. And actually, Firouzja, his big problem has been time pressure. He was clearly the one who had prepped further than Hans, just like yesterday. He's using the supercomputer big time. And, yeah. All right, here we go. So, I've got a friend request. Pending. Check. Then we go Rachel. And she says hello. I'm going to say hello. Now, I'm going to get a Zoom call going. Let's see if we can do this. Host a meeting. Open Zoom. All right. And we say start. And we say copy invite. And then we say ba-boom. So I think Rachel's going to join us in a second. And Sarin is still pondering this. These are valuable minutes ticking away for Sarin. I think if I was black, I'd just play Rook D8. I'd be like, what? What is it you want? Because, even if he comes up with some way of defending the D pawn that's interesting, your rook, it's not like it doesn't belong on D8, So it's not like Rook D8 can be a bad move. That's my chump GM perspective there. That's my chump GM perspective. All right, let's go back here. See what's going on. All right, Rachel, I got us all set up with the Zoom and all that stuff. Where's David? He's on a camping trip with his family. I almost said his friends. He said also that he got an advance copy of Danny Wrench's book. And that Danny Wrench book might be it might be pretty amazing. He's getting a lot of play with like interviews and all kinds of stuff about the book. So that's an interesting, let's call it chess phenomenon happening right now. Is queen f3 the idea after rook d8? I didn't understand queen f3. No, let's look. Why did I not like queen f3? It was honestly one of my first variations. Oh, Rachel's here. Okay, now could I figure out the two template system? See, when I do it, it just does that to me. That's no good. But maybe I can make this work. I can make it work at least in a janky kind of way. Rachel, how are you doing?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
I'm good.
This little thing is going to be a little funky, but I can make it work.
No.
You got some nice interviews yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I got Blue Bomb after he beat Arjun.
Oh, yeah.
And then I also got Adis as well.
And
Is
what?
that his name? Adis?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know.
So,
I don't know.
yeah, I always struggle with the name, so I don't say the name in the interview. Yeah. But it was interesting to hear like a huge common theme throughout. I don't know how much you've talked about it on the stream so
Uh-huh.
far. I think Han said it in an interview, Blue Bomb said it multiple times.
Uh-huh.
Like Prague and Arjun for him just over pushed. I think they were fighting so hard for a win that they overextended too much. And because I was like, what do you think is different? Like, it's the best performance of his life. I'm like, what's different about this tournament? And he was like, honestly, I don't think it's too much. Like, I'm just playing really solidly, and they're just pushing too hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, he like wasn't even thinking about the candidates or anything. He was just like, I just want to come here for the experience and play good chess, and now he's in first place. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah. Well, definitely, I was thinking about the Maksudlu game yesterday, and he gambled at the end with Sarin. He gambled and lost. Huge result. That kind of blew the tournament wide open, because if he had won, then we'd have a clear person, leading the
Yeah.
pack. Okay, we got Bishop A6, and so my take, Rachel, you can get your own. Be interested in how you think about it. Is that white is simply much better now because of the weakness on c6 and the square on c5. And even also you could argue if he wants, there's a variety of things white could do, but the simple thing would be to snip, go to the endgame, and also claim that the rook is poor on a6. So it looks very nice for Blue Baum here. But that one I would call a technical position. So like you're better, but you have one weakness, really, a couple better pieces, and it's not going to be it's not like winning yet. It's just a nice position.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if this is true, but just from the minimal amount that I've seen this tournament from Blue Bomb versus Nihal, it seems that Nihal's more of a like chaotic, I don't know, more like tall player. I don't know. I watched a video of his round 2 game. I'm not sure if you saw it because it wasn't on like the main boards with the cameras. But yeah, it just seems like his games are more chaotic, and Blue Bomb is just so solid and good at defending. So it's interesting to see. I feel like this position is more in Blue Bomb's style, so maybe that gives him a little bit of an edge too.
Well, yeah, you get this position after 15 moves, playing at the board 1 of the top tournament of the year. I mean, you got to be happy. You got to be happy with this one. Yeah. Any good drama going on over there?
Good drama. I mean, I wish I like knew people in the FIDE circle. I'm sure they have drama, but I'm not involved in. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
get the news, unfortunately. So yeah, not really any drama. I mean, the drama is just the results, honestly. Like everyone is kind of freaking out about what's happening. Like the fact that Divya would have more points. Like someone mentioned that before the end of Gukesh's game yesterday. Like if Divya wins, Gukesh loses, then she'll have more points, and it's insane that they're playing each other. So I'm excited.
I mean, isn't it depressing it's so depressing for Gukesh. We were reflecting on that yesterday, and to castle long, Rachel. Oh, to castle long. Do you know what that means, to castle long?
I know what it means, but not in like a metaphorical context.
Oh, not in the metaphor. So, castle long, you write on your score sheet 0-0-0.
Yeah.
So you're losing 3 times in a row. So he castled
Wow.
long.
I've never heard that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's brutal. I mean, that's one of the terrible things in chess. Is when you castle long, it's just like, oh man. And I was asking AI yesterday, and there's been a couple instances in world championship matches in history where somebody lost 3 games in a row. But that's a little different. That's like, you're playing maybe the second best player in the world or the best player in the world. You might get totally into a psyched out situation too against that player. But here, he is not playing the best players in the world. He is not. They're good. They're amazing. But he's not playing the best, and he got cranked for 3 times. And it's got to be in his head at this point, all the pressure on him.
I really hope he can bounce back from it. Yeah. I watched a Gotham video where he covered the top games of last round.
Yeah.
And he said that when Magnus Carlsen was world champion, like I think apparently the last time he had the last time he had lost 3 consecutive classical games in a row was in 2003, and since
Right.
then he's never. So it's like really rare for that to happen to a world
Oh,
champion.
so rare, yeah.
Oh, Rach, someone said in the comments you have to ask what Netflix is doing there. Is Netflix here? I have not seen anyone who looks like they're from Netflix.
Well, Netflix, I don't know the only reference I know is they are, I think, still making this documentary with Magnus and Neiman.
That's what I heard as well.
I don't know what
Yeah.
the status of that is. Yeah. Rachel, do you do me a favor and just tell them a story real quick? I got to do a little bit of something. All right.
Go for it. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Hello. What would you like to know? I'll fill you in on all the tea, all the drama. Might not be able to necessarily provide top GM lines, but I can provide inside scoop. I can say, oh yeah, no, I haven't. The tea with Anish. No, it was really cool because I usually, okay, I don't know if you were here when I explained this, Sam, but it's like hours of just like high level stress because thankfully I can't see the games live, but I can see the results live. And there's certain people that you'd want to get, and particularly it's like day 8 now, so I want to get, obviously the top players that are, currently in the top, and then also just players I haven't interviewed yet. And there's like a 5 to 10 second window from when the players walk out of the playing hall to when they're just gone, like out for the transfer. So if I'm like messaging someone and I'm just not looking up, and then it's not only that I have to, it's not only that I have to see them, but I have to get up, go up to them, and be like, hey, do you want to do an interview with Tick? So it's just always just ready to pounce. Anyway, so I did an interview with Anish, and it was like a 10-minute long segment that they posted where he just talked about how he wants in-person proctoring for Title Tuesday. I could explain what he was saying, but it's definitely easier to just go watch what he said. And then I tried to touch on basic issues, players are all over the world. What if they're traveling? How are you going to account for all of these things? How are you going to make sure the proctor has integrity? He was saying that there's so many fans that would just love to just sit next to Faruja, for example, and just watch and then get paid, that kind of thing. But it's bribery issues. So he talks about that. Anyway, that was the first interview I had with him. And then yesterday, after he finished his game with Mishra, I don't know exactly the situation, but he came up to me and I was just kind of like in the middle of something. He was like, "Hey, can I use your computer to analyze?" Or he's like, "Can I use your computer?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, can you just open up my game? I want to look at it on the engine." So I was just holding my computer up while Anish and Mishra were like talking about lines, looking through, and he like changed the depth and stuff like that, and he was just looking at certain lines from his game. And I was just like there with them. Like he was right next to me, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's so cool!" I was like freaking out. Of course, I was not really following along with what they were saying, but you know, I had it. They were making moves on the screen, so it was cool. Anyway. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Kostya. I think I can send you the Zoom, can I? Let's see. Okay. I just sent you the Zoom. Did you save their analysis? No, I don't think I did. Fuck, I should have. That's so smart. It's just the thing is, after like 5 minutes, I have probably 10 million tabs open. Maybe, does it save automatically on my account? Because if it does, that would be amazing. Hey, Kostya.
Hello, hello. Morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
What time is it 6 a.m. for you in St. Louis?
It's 6 a.m. The sun's not out. I haven't
Wow.
checked Twitter. The day has just not started in any respect.
How can the day start if you haven't yet checked Twitter? You know what I mean?
I know, I know.
The most important first thing to do.
Yeah, but Twitter likes to spoil things. I got in trouble the other day because I opened Twitter and it already spoiled the Mishra game. There's this whole thing.
Oh.
But what's happening today?
Well, I also joined the stream like 5 to 10 minutes ago. But I can give you pairings. I can't necessarily give you details on like the current position, other than Nihal and Blue Bomb. Blue Bomb seems to be in a slightly favorable position. I think what Jesse was last saying was that like if you know there's an argument for taking on a6 twice and leaving the rook on a6, and there's a pawn on c6 that's pretty weak, and white seems favorable here, and at least Blue Bomb should be happy with this position. So,
Right.
and of course Divya's playing Gukesh, so that's exciting. I haven't
I
seen
know.
any.
Game of the day, Gukesh versus Divya.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
I'll
We were
just
just talking a bit about like,
Okay, they're still pretty solid there. It looks like Rui Lopez from no, Rui Lopez structure, but it was Sicilian originally.
yeah, and we were talking a bit about like what the 3 losses means for Gukesh, and like I think the last time that happened, or I guess when last time that 3 consecutive classical losses happened for Magnus Carlsen was in 2003 or something like that. I don't know. That's what I heard Gotham say that in a video. So,
Oh wait, you cut out. When was the last time Magnus lost 3 games in a row?
2003.
What?
But that's classical. OTB classical. I'm
What
sure
was
that he's
that?
lost 3 in a row, blitz or something. Oh my God.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the 3-cam thing, and I'm having some drama. I'm having drama with the 3-cam. So Kostya, maybe you can help me out here. So, what is going on there? Why?
Looks like you're on
Hello, Fresh
streamelements.com.
Well, right. So Hoki's Stream Elements thing is all messed up, and I need help fixing it. So
I thought it was fine.
no, it's wrong. So let me tell you what's going on. They all have the same address. Like if you look what he gave, they all have the same address. One person, 2 person, 3 person, they all have the same address. And so I had figured it out for the 1-cam, and now it's all messed up, dude, because his thing is all messed up. So I can put in the 1-cam. So if you go back on the September 1st, he has all these different things, and I can figure out 1-cam, but I can't figure out 2-cam. That is my problem. So
Okay,
I'm
you want me
gonna
to
go-
just host?
No, I got it. So there we have, I can do that, but I don't have the 2-cam or the 3-cam template.
Right.
Okay, so why is it broken? Oh, now it should be okay.
I think if we just like move, just crop me, right, so that there's more room for Rachel.
Yeah, I
Like,
can do that.
I
But
think
it would also be cool if you could figure out while we're doing this why the Mhoki's thing no puedo work.
I don't know. I mean, I have the 2-person layout, and
If you could send me your thing, because his is all the same address is what I'm trying to get through. Like it's not working.
I mean, I also got it from him. So, but here's the 2-person link. So that should work. I just sent it in Discord.
I have a
Do
bad
I need to
feeling
read
about this one.
anything or?
No, you're good. You're good.
I have a bad feeling about this one. Okay, here we go. I'll try this again. Because last time I did this, it was the same one. And it did not work. Let's see.
Right. So that is weird.
So there's a 2-person. Okay, good. Can you send me the 3-person?
I don't know if I have the 3-person.
I mean, if it's the same one in there, I don't know why, but it was having a drama.
But for the 2-person, you can just cut the second half in half. The second cam, right? So give yourself the full cam and then just
Wait, but
split
why
and
can't,
make
if you
the-
had the second one, just send me the 3-person.
I just don't have the link on me. Like I had the 1 and 2-person.
If you go up to September 1st, you can find it. And then
You're
maybe,
telling me those links aren't working.
yeah, but you somehow had the second one, and you're a Stream Elements genius.
Okay, let's see. So September 1st, which chat?
The 5-person chat.
Okay, thank you.
Jesse, someone asked in the chat, and I also wanted to know this, if the castle's long terminology is like well known in the chess world, or is it something that you came up with?
Oh, I remember that from back in the 80s. We would talk about people castling long. You know, there was castling short and castling long. So it's been around for a while, but I noticed like, there were several people who didn't know what I was talking about. So that's why I asked you. I was like, do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying with castling long? Okay, we have bishop e5. I think white had several different moves there, and now knight d7. Kostya, I just want to say I think Bluebaum has a great position, like monstrous. I'm not sure I understand bishop e5, knight d7, but like after bishop a6, I really like it. Clutch easily says it's well known.
We play. So it's like QG8. Just kind of want to see roughly what happened, and then I feel like I've seen the structure from like some c3 Sicilians, like pawn on c6 against pawn on d4, and generally black is fine because you get c5 in eventually, and then you kind of fix your problems. But here exactly, I'm not totally sure. I would think black is okay though.
Well, if I go back to bishop a6, I want to say I'm not sure I understand bishop e5. But here, just looking at the position, if you just take on a6, then clearly white's clearly better because your rook is terrible on a6 and the pawn's weak. What he did maybe is better. I don't know if I get it, right? Like bishop e5, knight d7. I still like white, but I don't know why we did it. Yeah.
Yeah, do you think he's leaving his bishop on e5 here?
That would surprise me.
Same.
But it's possible. I still like white's position. If, for example, queen g3, knight e5, d e5, I still like white's position there, but I like it less than before.
Actually, his next move will be really interesting.
The only like similar structure that I've played that this reminds me of is when like playing the prime liver knight g5. and then like knight a5, bishop b5 check, and then you have an extra pawn, and then you drop the bishop back, and the pawn structure is pretty similar. But you know, it's a bit. I think white is like not as fast in developing and has an extra pawn. But just like the isolated pawn on c6 reminds me a bit of it, even though
Yeah.
it's like not. Yeah. That's
Rachel,
the
you-
only-
You talked to Blue Bomb yesterday, right?
Yeah, I did.
And what was your impression of him?
I talked about it a little bit at the beginning or when I first joined, but the most surprising thing was I think Hans said it too in a FIDE interview yesterday, but just that he felt that he wasn't playing like, you know, he was playing well, but he just thought that both Prague and Arjun just overpressed. Like they were trying so hard to win that they just like gave him the win basically by just, yeah, overextending and stuff like that. So yeah, he didn't say, because you know, I was like, what's different this tournament? Like you're playing the tournament of your life, you know. And he was like, yeah, I just think that they're, you know, taking too much risk, and he was just playing solidly. And he was like, yeah, Arjun just blundered a piece, so I didn't really do anything spectacular.
Nice. Well, I really like him as a person now, because it sounds like he's being very objective and humble. But this is why I don't believe in him as a player, because I feel like he's just gotten a little lucky this tournament.
That's how he feels too. He was like, yeah, this game I just felt lucky. Yeah.
But sometimes you need luck. I mean, I'm sure Vidit also got lucky when he won. So, you know, this could be Blue Bomb's year. It's just everything's kind of holding. Like, now Nihal, I mean, like, psychologically, I think Nihal here, like, you know, would love to win as black, because he's playing, he's not playing like one of the monsters, right? He's playing one of the guys he can beat. So, he might push too hard and then lose, and then, like, Blue Bomb's just
But
cruising.
it seems like a common theme in the tournament. Like apparently Hans said that yesterday about Erdogmus. I don't know, you know, I guess that was just his feeling. But yeah.
So, Kostya, this is a question for Rachel too. When you look at the leaders, what a thought I had just looking at it today was like, even though Sarin and Bluebaum are at 5.5, if I was a betting person, you know, with 4 rounds left, I would still be betting on the 2700s who are, you know, at 5 points. So like Faruja, maybe Maksudlu, Nordebek Sr., Neiman, Geary. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. Even Vidit is there with 5 points.
Yeah, Vidit's there too, yeah.
And the tournament, okay, it's round 8, so there's 3 more rounds. So yeah, half a point doesn't really mean a whole lot. And yeah, Prague's less 4.5 points. So like, it's possible that someone 4.5 just has a fantastic finish and gets on top. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm like, it's hard for me to believe in you know, the people that aren't super established, like Blue Bomb and Nihal. Okay, Bishop F4 played, which to me is a that's a repetition, right?
Well, I just want to say I'm a GM today because I didn't say it, but I'm going to promise the audience. I was thinking to myself after 97, I was like, if you just showed me this position and asked me what I should do, it would be Bishop F4. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking Bishop F4 for a different reason, just to see what Nihal wants.
Well, also, I don't want to give him the bishop. So that to me says that Bishop E5 was, you know, a mistake, and he's taking it back. He's doing a take back.
Or it's you know, it's a little GM offer.
No. White's position is too nice. Even after, like, clearly we've given black some extra options now, but our position is too nice to take a draw here.
Okay, but yeah, I also don't think Nihal's gonna go knight f6, because maybe just for the same reason. Like, you know, if he thinks he's worse, then there's no reason to play knight f6. He should just improve his position here with like rook fd8 or something, rook b8, rook c8, rook d8.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
He does.
I didn't sign the 3-person, by the way. I see the message, and yeah, it's all the same link. So that's
It's all the same link, right? That was what I was saying. I was like, I can't figure it out, DM. What are you doing?
Yeah.
But there is some trick to it, because I was able, using that same link, I can somehow do the 2-person link, 2-person and the 1-person. I just have to like fudge it a little bit. So there's some magical trick it's not an accident that he's got the same link. Okay, back. He's going back. Knight f6.
Oh, knight f6. Okay.
Now let me just stress, I really don't think Bluebaum's going to do a draw here because his position is too nice. So at the very least, you take on a6 and you say that's a very promising position. We talked about it before. I think I would call it technical, like, white's up plus 0.6 or something. Just a nice weak. It's not, and again, it's not just the weakness of the pawn, it's the weakness of this square. Actually, Coach, I can ask you, I felt like, this was played all fairly quickly to this point, and I wasn't sure exactly what black should do, but I didn't like this move. And then
You say this move? I'm not following the stream.
Oh, sorry. So, bishop f4, move 12.
Yeah.
They had played it pretty quickly up to here, and I did not like a5. And then I really didn't like queen b6 because it like induces us to play this, to fix our knight. Our knight on c3 was not a good piece, and now you're encouraging me with tempo to go talk to the weak square. And rook a c1, we had some big questions about what his intention on rook d8 was. I think black should play rook d8 anyway. 15 minutes, bishop a6, and now I'm just like, well, white's clearly better in this position.
I definitely like the endgame if we just trade everything on a6.
Well, right, and I think white has a variety of options, and the endgame would just be the chump GM way of doing it, where the rook on a6 is miserable. Yeah. So, it's like maybe bishop e5, you could call it a probing move or something. You could, if you were able to convince yourself that after knight d7, white has nothing better, black has nothing better than to go back to f6.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so here we go. Here's our game position.
But yeah, I do think black is still. It still feels like black should be okay in the endgame. Maybe it's just unpleasant, but somehow it feels like white has the d4 weakness. We have the d5 square. We have like the better. It feels like black also has some positional trumps.
Okay.
Let me just see. So we have.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm just looking at other games.
No, I was gonna say something slightly unrelated. I was gonna say the question is if Nihal played any bullet or blitz games before the round.
I'm sure people.
I did ask him. That was the first thing I asked him, and he said it improves his mood, and it's a personal preference thing. But for him, like playing blitz during the tournament just improved his mood.
Huh, yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like relaxing in the same way you might play a video game or something. All right, I'm going to try again with the three-person. DM Hokie has sent us some stuff. Let's go see if we can make it happen. Before it was like disaster. Let's see what happens. I just tried it and it failed. Let's try it again. Oh, wait. Okay, I think I can make it happen. And now we are going to grab this one. And we're going to put it in here. And first going to do Rachel.
Clutch is asking if Noterbeck is tanking, does that mean his position is worse? I would say not necessarily. Like, it's not a great sign. Okay, his last move we spent 30 minutes on. Usually means a player is uncomfortable, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're worse. And Noterbeck has a very tough game, black against Mishra, the most confident Mishra we've seen ever.
The most confident ever, right?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Coach, do you have theories about what's wrong with Gukesh? Do you think it's just this sometimes happens to players, or do you think maybe something is legitimately going futch for him?
Oh yeah, I have a very clear theory. I think he's been playing very hard for a win every game. Even after he lost the first game, I think he was playing very hard for a win in the second game. After he lost the second game, I think he was playing very hard for a win against Eddie's Garel, and then he lost that game too. I think that's what happens when you kind of go all out for a win and maybe you're not in the best form, right? You just take a lot of chances and then people punish you. Because people are saying like Gukesh also did badly in the 2023 Grand Swiss, the last one, right? So that would have been like, I don't know, 8 months before he won the candidates. So clearly he wasn't broken then. So I don't know. I don't think he's broken now.
Okay.
I think he's just he's just like a very sharp player. Like he just doesn't really want to make like quiet draws and stuff.
Well, actually, it's interesting. We're talking about Bluebaum just kind of sucking up all of the all of the aggression of his opponents.
Bishop e5 played by Bluebaum.
Ooh.
Let's
But
go.
here's the thing. If you just think about it statistically, yes, he's gonna, like, if he draws, they're in the lead. But no, if he wants that spot, he can't take a draw, buddy. Especially not in this position.
That's what I've been saying. That's why I don't quite believe in him. But it's
Yeah.
nice to see representation, of what you as in me, is what I would do. Oh, knight d7 quickly.
Oh, dude, this would be shameful, I think. Like Bruce, he gets mad at all draws, but this one I think is especially shameful because this thing, you're in a position where I think you do have to go for the win. Second of all, your position is obviously massive. You're not going to lose the game after bishop a6. Oh, man.
I think it's just doubt. It's a lot of pressure. It's board wine. It's getting some.
Oh, that's Bluebaum, bud. You can't go home to Germany after this, buddy.
Wait,
No, no.
question for Rachel. So
Yeah.
when people finish, do you get like texted, or how do you know people are done like before? Yeah, because we don't have the delay with us.
I have the live results. So I don't have like live boards, but I will know immediately what the result is. So
Gotcha.
if you want any spoilers, I'm assuming you don't. So, but yeah.
No, probably not. But I was just thinking, like, if you suddenly got a text like, "Hey, I gotta go interview Nihal," we would know.
Yeah, I mean, usually like, they said that the interview area opens around 5, like 2 hours after the round starts, because people usually don't, if they draw and like, I have to, not there, so it's just like a risk, I guess. But
Okay, bishop
I don't
f4 on the board. So now looks like
was that 3 times?
no, it's up to Nihal to claim, but he can claim it right now.
Yeah, he can do it right now. If I was black, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I'd be like, oh, my position's nasty. I'm moving.
No, it looks like he definitely wants to. He's I think he's just triple checking his score sheet.
I'll be
He's not even looking at the board. He's just looking at his score sheet. And yeah, he's about to claim, I think.
I can't make it down there in time. They're probably just gonna leave.
Oh, Nihal didn't claim. He played knight f6 and offered a draw. Bluebaum played
Oh.
bishop e5 in response.
What?
Now they've repeated multiple times.
So now it's just a draw for me.
Okay, knight d7, second draw offer. This is very funny. Bishop f4, draw offer rejected. What is Bluebaum doing? He's forcing Nihal to claim.
I don't understand, because you can't offer a draw before 30 moves, or what's happening?
I guess maybe you can't agree to a draw before move 30. Yeah.
But it's okay. But why
Alright,
can't
that's
move
it.
all threefold? Okay.
Draw that. So basically, like, to claim a threefold, you still have to claim it. You can't like agree to a draw with your opponent. It's a three. All right, but they're done. Both players want to draw. The arbiter wants to draw. They've drawn.
Okay, we're obviously going to move to a different game, Kosi, but I want to play a little game. I'm going to take it to the position with bishop a6, and let's just play guess the computer eval. I'm going to say 0.6, and that my chump GM move is bishop a6. Kosi, I think you're closer to equal.
I'll go 0.2.
All right. Rachel, you have a guess?
I don't know.
Just say something.
I think white is a little bit better.
Okay.
Maybe I'll go with you guys say 0.4.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'm turning it on. Oh, okay. It's saying bishop a6 is only plus 0.12. So Kostya wins. Kostya wins. It also likes the move h3, which that wasn't even on my radar.
But that doesn't mean we would all still take white in the end game. So it doesn't
Oh
mean
yeah.
like draws a good result.
In fact,
Like
it's just
if everyone would take white in a position, that means white is still better. So
Is bishop takes a6 the top engine move?
it was the second. It liked h3, which I didn't understand. But it's saying white is plus 0.14 after this position. By the way, is for me. I would just be like, oh, this is a dream. It's also saying my move here, rook c4, as being pleasant for white. I guess I have to admit, I felt like it was more than 0.18. It's now 0.18. But you don't look. I just actually I want to ask Blue if you get a question and be like, Cry says after rook c4 you have 0 losing chances and you're looking good, and this is the chump GM way of playing. So, Matthias, buddy, what's going to happen when you go home to Germany? Where's the ambition, bud? Kostya's upset about your lack of ambition, bud. What do you got to say to that?
I'm not upset. I'm happy to see representation. You know, people always want to see themselves on the big screen, and I'm happy to see someone that is also afraid of strong points.
Okay, I want to go ahead and say this is interesting too, where I was kind of like, Bluebaum, does this guy really have a shot? And you called it, Kosi. You were like, this guy does not have the motivation, and it's depressing. But yeah, this guy's not going to qualify. We already know
No, I
this
think
now.
he's a good dude. I think
No, he's a good. He's just not going to
objective about,
qualify. Though.
you know, he's gotten some favorable results. People pushing against him, and yeah, he doesn't have the hunger as like a Mishra or a Parna.
Right.
You know, but I mean, you know, different strokes for different folks.
Different strokes for different folks. Okay, so
Was
why
that
don't
Rachel?
Oh, so I was just gonna say one more thing about Bluebell that I found out yesterday that
Okay.
he got a degree in like a master's degree in math, and I think he's one of the only players here that has a master's degree in something.
okay,
So
yeah.
anyway, I thought that was cool. That's all.
Okay, so we have Firouzja and Neiman, right, which is a great matchup. Parham versus Giri looks like a very interesting position. We can also watch Mishra against Noterbeck. All three of these matchups are great.
Yeah. Why don't we kind of maybe cruise through each one, spend a moment on each? I'll say my first instinct here is that white is at least a little bit better. I want to say close to clearly better here.
For Firouzja, yeah?
With Firouzja, yeah. Because his bishop, unopposed bishop, is so much stronger than black's. We have the A file. So it looks very scary here for Neiman.
Yeah, seems very unpleasant.
Neiman also has a really big time disadvantage. Notice that he can't play rook a8 because f7 falls. So white has the simple ideas of rook fa1 and maybe e5 at some point. Very unpleasant.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
So one of the things that so actually before the stream, I went and looked at Firouzja's game from yesterday, where we spent so much time, and that was clearly a supercomputer generated line that Firouzja did. I think Firouzja, of all the people, is the one who uses the supercomputer the most. And so he comes up here, a3, castles, knight c3. I'm sure this has been played before, but Neiman tanks forever on bishop g4.
Yeah, this is like I think pretty thematic, like early D3 Rui Lopez kind of structure.
Now, if I was going to rationalize bishop g4, it would be to prevent the maneuver knight e2 to g3. Bishop e3, I don't know about knight d4. Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes. And already I like white better. h3, and then it's a very sad day indeed if you have to take on f3.
I think this knight d4 is a thing. I feel like Ding used to play these positions with black a lot. I remember he had some games with Nepo that was like white's knight against black's dark squared bishop. So somehow the light squared bishops got traded off, like on e6 maybe in this position. And didn't seem to be able to hold those, but I'm with you. After bishop takes f3, queen f3, I had a game like this very similar, where it's like same pieces, opposite color bishops, but with heavy pieces, and white's bishop is better because it just has a clear target. Black's bishop is passive, and I remember just losing like very easily.
Yeah.
This guy, so nervous for Hans here. It doesn't feel like a fun position. Just Firouzja playing for 2 results basically.
Now, maybe we could pause for a second. He spent 19 minutes on bishop b3. It's like, I would just say white's position is amazing in general, but okay, actually bishop b3, maybe the simplicity of it is I'm going to play f4 next move. A4 rather.
Yeah.
And so thus it happens. Maybe you should close down that A file. He says, no, I'm not going to close it down. And then the simple rook a6. It looks very bad to me, Kosi. Very, very bad.
No, agreed. Just very unpleasant.
What is their like past history? Reza and Hans, like, did they have any beef at all, or like any? I don't know. Yeah, just their past history over the board. Yes, if there's any.
It's a good question. I don't remember Firouzja saying anything about Hans publicly.
It seems like, he usually doesn't talk. He talks smack in other ways, but not too much about other players. Okay.
Yeah, he likes to post on Instagram like these cryptic things where he's like, no one believes in you until you win.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, okay, let me try to defend Hans's honor. I think we're agreed that he's worse, but it is true that white, it's like a nut that white's going to have to crack. And so a couple things I'll just point out is e5, black always needs to meet that, I think, with d5 to prevent the light squares from completely opening. If he plays d5, obviously our bishop becomes a chump. So that's nice for black. Also nice for black is he's going to soon put his king on the dark squares, which will enable us, if we need to move the f-pawn. I'm assuming that if g3, h4 comes, which I'm guessing it will, then h5 can be a response. Also, any kind of invasion over here is going to be met by rook b7. So that's, to me, like the defensive, I don't know if we want to call it a fortress, but kind of fortressy thing that he can dream about. White also could think about f4, organizing an f4. Not ridiculous. A little bit hard to know where the queen's going to go. The queen's kind of optimal where she is. But anyways, that's my take on how, Neiman can dream of a defense. He's going to get poked. Go ahead.
Did you interview Hans?
Me?
Yeah, this event yet?
Not. I did. Yes. Not yesterday. But I think 2 days. Like the.
Oh, we had an early one.
Maybe like the day before the rest day. I think. I interviewed him. He had won this game. I forget who it was against. So, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and he just talked about the game. I think he mentioned that like if players are so solid that you have to kind of try to crack them in time pressure between moves 30 and 40. And he feels like he's been using his time management well, and talked a bit about Hikaru and how he wants to chase Hikaru around. Yeah. But there were a lot of comments on it. I don't know if they were not saying, they're saying some things on X about it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Emil has a new video with ChessBase India about Hikaru Nakamura. I wonder his thoughts. Emil Sikorsky, I wonder what his thoughts are. Very interesting. Have you seen any FIDE dignitaries at the event, like Satovsky or? I mean, I feel like if Dortmund was there, we would have heard.
What do you mean by FIDE dignitary?
Like Satovsky's like the CEO. There's president of FIDE. There's all these top politicians that are sometimes at these tournaments, like Olympiad, Grand Swiss, this kind of thing.
Did you see the guy who opened the opening ceremony? I think he was some kind of FIDE president high up person. I don't know any of the like leaders of V-Day, but there was some kind of president of V-Day there in the opening ceremony. I don't know if he's still here, but yeah.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
This is a slight side question, but it's just like a gap in my chess knowledge, I guess. I'd seen something about, people talking about Gukesh and his 3 losses and things like that, and they were relating it to what happened to Ding after the World Championship. And I wasn't as involved in chess back then, so I wasn't exactly sure. I know after after he won, I think he didn't play chess for a long time, and then he was performing badly, and then I don't think he's playing anymore, but I'm not sure why or I'm sure it's speculation, but if you could give a brief summary of what happened there, because I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, what happened to Ding?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what happened to Ding. Basically, Ding got screwed over by COVID. Because, it's hard to travel out of China. When you did, you have to, go through all this, stuff, the mandatory waiting period. Before his candidates, he had to spend, 2 weeks in Russia isolated, right? So, COVID really messed him up. He was, basically world number 2, world number 3 at the time. And then he wasn't supposed to qualify for the candidates. He barely gets in because of 2 separate controversies. One with a player getting kicked out of the candidates, and then the way he got in was also quite manipulative, like the way Naka is doing right now. Because he also had to play these 30 games against players who didn't want to beat him. So he basically barely got into the candidates. He barely got to the match because he finished second in the candidates after starting badly. And then that whole candidates, people were still thinking Magnus might play, so they didn't know there was going to be 2 spots available. He kind of sneaks into second, gets the match with Nepo. He's basically worse the whole match against Nepo. He doesn't seem to be playing well. He lost game 2 in a horrible fashion. So everyone's just what's going on with Ding? He starts giving all these interviews about how he's depressed. He hasn't been happy with chess. He was heartbroken a year ago or something. Something happened with him over these last couple of years. Anyway, he barely wins the match against Nepo. Nepo kind of cracks himself. And then basically becomes world champion, but without really showing good or consistent form. And that just kind of continued after he became world champion. His results weren't great. A lot of pressure with him, the weight on the crown. And basically just never had a good performance after becoming world champion, essentially. And then finally Gukesh comes along, and Gukesh wins one of the strongest candidates we've seen. He has this amazing Olympiad performance. He's 18. Everyone thinks he's going to crush Ding. He barely beats Ding. But yeah, in Gukesh's case, a little bit different because it's he's had good results since winning the world championship. Some bad, some good, but it's been more up and down. Whereas Ding, it's you got the feeling that the more he was going to play, the more he was going to approach 2,600 on the rating scale. So he's just having this insane slump for multiple years.
And is he playing at all actively now, or is he just kind of is he retiring from chess or taking a break, or what's?
He's been playing less. I think he played some random team events in China, but we haven't really seen him in major tournaments. Someone was saying he was playing Bug House online after the World Championship match.
That's nice.
That's good actually. Yeah, so I think he's kind of either taking a break or figuring some stuff out, or yeah. It was very sad because he was so strong, and then clearly something happened to him.
But yeah, it's just not clear, something personal happened, but nobody knows.
I guess the point I would, Gosi mentioned it, but I definitely emphasize is he's definitely suffering from depression of some kind. And it's a real thing. You can see it on him. And why it happened, I don't know. Depression can hit people, I guess, at different times of their life, but it's a very real thing. And even after, he played Gukesh, he was momentarily feeling I'm ready to get back into it, blah, blah, blah. And no, it hasn't happened. So he hasn't, whatever dark hole it is, he hasn't been able to crawl out of it. And that guy was once the king. He was once the chosen one. He hit number 2 in the world and was clearly the challenger for a long time. And now he's fallen way down.
Sorry, last thing I'll say is that I was in Singapore. I happened to be studying abroad there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was an awesome crossover that I didn't know until I was already going. So I got to watch in person for some of it, and yeah, like everyone was, I listened to a podcast before, and everyone was like, dude, like, Gukesh, like the betting odds were insane. You could bet on it, and like, everyone's like, dude, Gukesh is gonna destroy him, and then he won with black round one, and everyone was like, whoa. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, chess is so funny like that. No one thought Ding was gonna win that first game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think that actually is similar to what we've seen come across Gukesh, because Gukesh, I think, went into that match super confident, because he, of course, also thought he's a favorite, and like everyone was saying all this stuff about him, and he crushed the Olympiad. And then he goes into that first game, and he's very like aggressive in that first game against the French, and then he gets punished and loses. Like he basically, like as we've seen here, takes on too much risk, and his opponent punishes him. So.
I just remember the last game when Ding played Rook F2 and just like blundered the draw in endgame, and everyone was like, yep, it's a draw, like, they're gonna go into tie breaks, and people were set on like, yep, it's a draw, and then out of nowhere people were like, wait.
Yeah.
I think they were already ready to go into the tiebreak matches, and they were trying to predict things like Ding's better in this faster time control, yada yada. Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah. Me and Jesse had left the broadcast by that point. We're out. David was like covering just the final moments, like the draw. It was very funny. Like David spent like an hour looking at that end game. It got to the point where he started sparring it against chat because he was like so bored and nothing was happening. Yeah, finally Ding blunders. But that's not so crazy after like such a long defense. People blunder. But yeah, that one it was unexpected.
What do you guys think of this position here in front of us?
So Rook FA1 on the board.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Oh.
I switched us over to Misha versus Nordebek Sr.
Ooh.
Kosi, you got to watch your own stream, bud. Watch your stream. Come on.
I don't have enough space. I have the chat open. That's the most important thing.
Okay, I see.
I was looking at the Zoom while Rachel was talking, so I could like follow the story. And then I have the video of the players, somewhere. So I like watching the video. So the
Okay.
stream is like 4:30.
All right, I understand.
This position, to me, I would think I've kind of like. I don't get the coordination of Mishra here with like this rook on f3, knight on e2, right? The knight should be on f3, the rook should be on e1. Then that would make sense to me.
Yeah, so my take is like at first glance, it looks like black is better, and I still believe in black, but there is some interesting potential for white. So first, let's just talk about why black looks great. It looks like this is going down. G6 was just played, by the way. It looks like we got the e file. We got this business. We have later potential to play g5 ourselves. And one of the whole cool things about this opening is that because we have more pawns in front of our king, we are generally safer. The drama, I think, with rook d1, though, that was interesting is that white was intending, I believe, c5. With the thought that if queen d5, then f5, and then bishop c4 to trap the queen. Right? So g6, provocative. For one, we're saying that f5 does nothing. And f5 looks to me kind of frightening, so we should need to first check f5. Now, the big deal, of course, with f5 is we are allowing, as we say, the vampire to the wedding. Let's just look at what happens when the vampire comes downtown. We could go to f1 or f2. Let's put it here. Well, this one's hot.
Someone mentioned bishop f2 ideas in the chat, and that looks like a way that could justify like rook f3 92 things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, bishop f2 definitely not a bad idea, especially just to get out of the way of this rook's gaze. But I think the idea of rook d1, though, right, because he just played rook d1, is to set up the c5 business. And now with g6, he's being very provocative because, like, if the lady's not doing anything in there, f5 is kind of shattering all of our stuff.
Yeah, I agree. It's very very double-edged. But I kind of believe in Black's position.
I'm with you there.
Thanks.
Let's say knight
Yeah.
g5 just for half a second.
So king up to knight g5, right?
Yeah. Snip, snap. All right. If A, then B. With a big threat.
This looks so double-edged.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook e2. I don't know. It's a whole welcome to the jungle thing. All right, so let's talk about g6. I think point number one would just be, well, this is nice, and also knight g7 is nice. Knight g7 might be the bigger point, right?
Yeah, next move would be knight g7 for sure.
Yeah.
And that's also the response if white takes twice on g6. For anyone wondering, black
Right.
just goes knight g7 and then there's no attack.
Yeah, and black, by the way, in this position had played pretty quickly up until here, but here thought for 29 minutes. 29 minutes and played bishop d7. White then thought for 21 minutes and played rook d1. And rook d1, let's just say it's a pretty fancy move, right? Very fancy move. And I was spending time while you guys were talking, just trying to figure it out. And to my head, c5 was the main idea. Also, to get out of the business on the e file. Both, it's obvious that white's pieces are a little discoordinated, but it's also true that black's pieces are a little funny, especially if like c5 comes. Mm-hmm. I think part of the idea of g6, by the way, is that if c5, we would like to say that we could play this move because we have some ideas on f5. It's still super hot. It's still super hot. Like, I don't know. This is giving me the heebie-jeebies, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, super concrete, right? f5, knight c3 is an immediate threat to the queen. So you gotta go like knight g5, right, at tempo?
Okay, so let's say I take this thing. And that's lost, right? Or maybe I missed it, but it looks
So
lost.
what do you do after fg? Just take? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Feels like light squares are kind of collapsing. Yeah, I don't see...
Okay, so let's just assume he's got an idea. We're going to assume with G6 that Norderbeck Sr. has an idea against both F5 and C5. C5 is the most critical. Maybe, of course, it could be just go back, Queen F8. However, even there, F5, well, also there, F5 looks very powerful after Queen F8.
I don't know. Both players seem confident. I'm watching the cam. Mishra is like full calculation mode right now. Noterbeck's at the board. Mishra, whoa, he just stood up on his own move. And he's looking at the board from Noterbeck's perspective. On his own move.
He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Wow.
I mean, I feel like in this position especially would be, like, if there's any time to do it, it'd be this position.
He'd be like,
I was kind of thinking that, like, I was like, ugh, I wish I could, like, flip the board in my head to see, because this was so, like, double-edged. Yeah.
I've never seen someone do that on their own turn though. I know Noterbeck, he's not phased at all. Jesse, did you see that like joke someone posted how like Mishra was standing behind someone and they're like, hey, he's cheating. You can see all of his opponent's moves.
Yeah, I've looked at this thing too.
Okay, Noterbeck left the chair so Mishra can get a better angle. Very nice guy.
Yeah, Misha's really like, he's like, oh yeah, he's asking himself questions. He's like, how come I'm not winning on C5? He's literally doing that thing where you're like, what's going on? Aren't you toast?
Yeah. He's like spectating his own game and he's confused.
Well, I would be too. I'd be like, I just played Rook D1. I thought I was threatening C5. How come you're not toast, buddy boy?
Yeah, like what's the move? He doesn't see it. He doesn't see what black is doing.
I don't see it either.
So interesting.
Yeah, Norderbeck Senior just walked by. He's got no problems. He's got that G6 is a dark move. All right, by the way, C5 is not on the board. I want to stress that. That's just the move that we don't know how to evaluate the position after.
Yeah, Clutch is asking a sensei eval. I mean, we kind of like black's position, but not if c5 is, if Mishra just bangs out c5 here, I'm gonna like white's position until I see Noterbeck's response, basically. He's back at the board. Maybe he found something.
I do have to go try to get some interviews. It turns out Arjun's game drew, so didn't get him either. But I don't know. Yeah, but anyway, I guess I'll try to get them.
Yeah.
At some.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Some highlights.
I'll be tuning in from the interview area just with my headphones and comments and things like that.
Nice.
Great.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see how this game's gonna unfold, though. I'm gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, you already have a question for this game. Like, what is going on after G6, C5, F5? Like, who's winning?
Yeah. And I can ask Mishra too, like, about his strategy of
Yes.
looking at the other side of the board when it's his turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
I haven't interviewed Noterbeck yet, either one. So hopefully I can steal them and ask them some questions. I don't know if you guys have any for them just in general about the tournament so far. I haven't gotten a chance to talk to them at all.
Definitely for Noterbeck Senior. I don't know. I guess he hasn't had a super exciting event. He's just he's still in the mix of things. So I guess you could ask him how, what his chances are for the last 3 rounds. I guess that's all they're really going to be thinking about.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I know Noterbeck Senior. He works very hard at the gym. I've heard reports that he is a monster.
This is Abdu Satorov, right?
Yes. Someone was telling me that he was on a treadmill sprinting for like 20 minutes straight, just like 20 minutes straight, like sprinting, just.
Not this tournament though. Like at some point.
No, just like his regular workout routine. Like I think he was here in St. Louis, so just someone here is just like, dude's a monster. It's like sprinting and then he has like a full like lifting workout after too, or maybe before. I don't know. Ask him about his workout regimen actually. Cool.
Yeah, I'll ask him about his workout regimen during the tournament and
Yes.
like if he feels like it clears his mind or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that'd be a good question.
Thanks, Costa. You always give me like bits of insider info that I feel like I wouldn't even be able to find online or anything, and then I say it to them, and they seem impressed that I like clearly know what I'm talking about, and it's totally not Kostya giving me a little gem like 5 minutes before. So yeah. Anyway.
No, it's super cool. I mean, it's also you've asked them some of our like chats questions too. It's super cool. We get to like throw questions to the players. Actually, it's awesome.
Yay. Yeah, it's super cool for me too. The questions are much better than the like general things I would come up with. So, but yeah, I asked Nihal about like the difference between the 2600 and 2700. I think Matt in the chat requested that, and he was like just kind of stared blankly at me. He was like, I don't know. So I don't know if I should try someone else, but he was just kind of dumbfounded by that question. So yeah, I guess it's hard to say. I don't know. Okay, tell him Kostya's super curious about it. Well, if Kostya gives me a list of the players he knows, which is probably a good amount, then I will. I'll say Kostya would like to know. What are the 3 best blitz and bullet rehabilitation centers? Actually, I think that's pretty.
No, that's not my question.
I did not want to ask. Okay.
C5
alright.
on the board. All right. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you,
Thank you
Rachel.
guys. Bye.
Bye. And Notarbeck takes quickly.
Yeah, and Queen E7, and so okay, BC was in some respects a concession for black because now the rook has this nice d file. But the primary question is what is happening for black after f5? And
Yeah,
I'm gonna,
I'll talk. I think maybe layout might be broken.
yeah, no, we can fix.
All right.
I can
I'll,
fix it.
I'll talk on f5. So f5 hits the knight, hits the g pawn. Very unlikely black takes on f5 because that seems to just open up your king side. You get white bishop takes f5, f5 square. That looks just like super vulnerable for black's king. So f5, knight g5 would just be the first instinct as usual, trying to get a tempo, trying to get dark your bishop. But now I'm thinking maybe f5, maybe he has knight f8 in mind to kind of cover g6.
Okay, I'm gonna say need help for 2cam now. So the problem is this thing that he set up, it's like it's the same address, so he has to tell it which one it is with 3cam. Maybe you have a way to do it, Ghostia, but he's the one, like I have they're all the same address. So now I need him to switch it back to the 2cam. Even if I go to my 1cam, it's still the 3cam thing. So because it's all, he needs to give us.
I think that was just a mistake, right? Normally it's different links.
You would think,
So
right? Yeah.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have the 2-person. So let me just find it and then.
Okay. So let's try to figure it out. F5. What is the issue with Mr. Tissue over here with F5? Now maybe he's just going to take it, dude. F5 played. Now I got to say, if you take it, it looks bad. But maybe, maybe. Honestly, I'm having a little grief figuring out maybe there's some argument that, like, even though my pawns get shattered on GF, I still can talk to you. Oh, man.
I'm just trying to figure out this layout thing.
I'm just going to make some chump moves just because I'm really confused. So could I get away with this level of spice? All right, it looks like a crime because I'm hanging d7. However, I am threatening f3. So let's say you take this bad boy. Now, it still looks terrible. But I could take this thing. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. And here, and then I just lose pronto with rook d7. Okay, so here we go. f5 on the board. Let's just see here. I'm watching the live stream with Kosia too. And knight g5 played. Okay, here we go. Knight g5 with 1 minute. Notarbeck Sr. knows what he's doing, apparently. All right, so this is what I did not understand about knight g5. Let's see if I can understand it after I put the moves on the board. Bishop takes. This seems to force pawn takes. Let's play pawn takes. What is the intention now? I don't know. f6? Are we going to play f6 here like a madman? Honestly, I don't know what else we're supposed to do besides f6, but f6, that doesn't look good. Nah, that don't look good.
Okay, try that. Try that link I just sent you.
Okay.
See if that works.
So, over here, boom, 2cam. Okay. Good. We don't have the names, but people know who we are. Maybe he could put in the names too.
Yeah. So did you you put that in a different scene, or did you?
No, I asked DM Hokie to put it in, and he put it in that 3cam thing.
No, I mean in OBS. Like, where did you put the source?
The
Is it
browse.
the scene you were using with me and Rachel, or do you have a new scene?
No, I have 3 scenes. I have a 1cam, a 2cam, and a 3cam,
Oh, okay.
and I just put it in my 2cam scene.
Yeah. There's a comment earlier, I think, questioning like whether Ding was manipulating the games or not. And I won't get into it too much, but it's just like from our experience in chess, and Jesse can agree or disagree, when we see that someone has a massive incentive to get a certain result, like qualify for the candidates, and then they play 30 games against grandmasters, and they don't lose any of the games, and then the other GMs that are playing each other, none of them beat each other either. So they just make all draws with each other. So Ding is the only one in that tournament who wins any games. And then no one beats him. And then we saw his form after the event where he was losing lots of games to players. I feel like we just have enough experience in the chess world to know it's not legitimate, whatever happened there. Even if it wasn't exclusive orders from the Federation to tell these players not to beat Ding, it's just understood. It's just understood.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've seen too much in chess to not think that that is just completely. And I haven't really talked to a serious player who doesn't think those games were somewhat illegitimate.
Now, I want to answer this question, Kosi, but I'm seeing 2 problems here for Nordenbeck Sr. FG is very powerful looking, but I'm also, and this maybe like, let's just imagine that Nordenbeck Sr. has an answer to FG. Okay, he might not, however, have an answer to F6. So let me just put F6 on the board. What's going to happen after your queen goes wherever it wants to go, and then I take on G6?
F6, maybe Queen E5.
All right, let's try Queen E5.
Bishop
Good
G6.
question. Bishop G6.
Queen H2 check. And if you go King F2, then I think maybe we take on E2.
I guess you'd have to, right? So rook E2. So let's first just show that on Queen E2, there's Bishop G3, King F1, and then mate. Okay, so that's a piece of good news. So rook E2. And then we could say if you take with the king, then we're happy about life anyway. Okay, good, Kosi. I think this is the answer to F6, Queen E5. No Bishop G6 because of check to the miserable king. Okay, wait, let me play one more move, though. King F1. Oh, that looks scary.
Maybe Queen H1 check, King F2.
Wait. I go Knight G1, though.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe Rook E2 right away then?
Okay, but on Rook E2, now, I'm terrified of a couple things here. Queen E2 is the first one, but also I can play Bishop F7 check. Now, let's just, I don't know, let's put you on H8 for a second. And then let's take your rook. Uh-oh, something happened. Oh, I don't know. Okay, anyways, here we have. I don't know why that happened. And then I take your rook. Queen takes E2. That looks over, Grover.
Wait, give me 1 sec to catch up. So Queen E2, okay, and then there's no moves for black. Oh, Bishop G3, Rook takes G3, and mate. Maybe Queen H1 and then Bishop G3, but I don't believe it.
Right?
Doesn't work.
Okay, so he is pondering this decision. So I just want to stress we are now in this position, and FG looks very good for Mishra. F6 looks crushing. I don't understand what Black is doing. He has been playing very confidently ever since he played G6. So I don't know.
Perhaps, yeah.
FG, FG looks like very difficult. I don't. Do you see anything, by the way, Kosi? FG, what is any thoughts for Black there?
I think on FG he's gonna recapture bishop G6 and then go rook F8 and play on the dark squares.
Okay, that's a thought, I guess.
That's really all I see.
Rook
But F6, Queen E5, bishop takes G6. I mean, it's very forced.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does he have queen takes E2 there on bishop takes G6?
Right here. Oh, instead of rook F8, you mean?
Oh, sorry. F6, Queen E5, bishop takes
Oh,
G6.
sorry, yeah.
Queen takes E2. Try to survive this landing.
But I was going to go bishop F7.
Let's say king F8.
And now I'll take your coconut.
Rook E2.
And rook D7.
Bishop G3. Is that totally over?
Well, all I know is after bishop C4, it's not pleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Go Mishra. I'm on train Mishra.
He's bouncing his head and stuff.
No. Oh, this is our fight because you got Mishra and I have Noterbeck in our junior teams. Oh, goddammit. All right, go Noterbeck. I mean, October's coming up. I need this game.
Yeah, this is super spicy, man. And also, the big surprise, too, is that for a long time, Mishra hasn't made any progress. I remember seeing that kid at tournaments like in 2018, 19, and he was the coming son. But yeah, he's had bad results. He hasn't been able to win like the U.S. Junior. He couldn't win that D.C. International I just played in. So like, it must have been hard. And now, all of a sudden, oh damn. Oh damn. He's putting it together.
A bit of a slump, yeah. But like many juniors, at some point it kind of kicks in and they start. He's on a streak of like 60 games unbeaten.
Yeah, but he's been losing rating points in that streak is the problem.
Yeah, so it's like I get the impression from Mishra that he's super ambitious, right? He wants to be world champion, and so he does all the right things, but sometimes that means you play a little bit too correctly, and then decent grandmaster can still draw with you, even though they're lower rated. Whereas someone who's like a little trickier, like a Parham, like someone's like a little bit more aggressive, like they're gonna score more wins, is my impression.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I just realized something. Let's go studio mode. I got we have the old issue of the reverb is telling our DM is telling us about, but we have a fix for that. But I hadn't put the fix in for the new scene, so this is importante. Let's see if I put the fix in here. All right, DM, if you're listening, Kostya, speak a little bit and tell us if the fix is being. Oh, yeah, wait, not yet. Yeah. So there we go. So yeah, Kostya, say something. We'll see if the fix has been applied here.
Yeah. Zenbeat asks, what do you think of his training method, and should he look for something new? I don't know too much detail about his training methods. I'm sure he spends many hours, and I imagine it's fine. I imagine he's doing well. So I mean, look at this tournament, right? Clearly, he's been training hard. is still echoey.
Now, maybe he's sucker punching him here because Misha's really tanking. We're getting down to 2 minutes a move now. Oh, now I wish I were decent. It says more echo. Oh, gosh. No. Oh, now it says sounds better but getting echo. Well, why is that? I basically have this. Okay, say something, Kosi. Let me look at this here for a second.
Hello, testing. 1 2 1 2.
Maybe.
Yeah, Zenbeat. I've heard this as well.
How about now, DM Hokie? Can you give us a sense now? Go ahead, Kosi. Say something.
Yeah, his dad does this thing where he tests him after the game, and it looks. Yeah, he like has to find the best move that the computer finds.
Okay, I have a feeling we fixed it. All right, DM Hokie is giving us the okay. Great.
Better, almost gone. Okay, so it's it's approaching normal. So people are getting used to it.
No. DM Hokie in the chat says it's okay. If DM Hokie says it's okay, then that's the main
Much
thing.
better now. All right, good. Yeah, DM. Because yeah, people in the chat are always like, "It's fine. It's fine, guys. Just keep." But we need DM Hogan to be like, "No, it's good or it's not."
Does DM Hokie need a raise? Yeah.
Great.
Okay, so we think I'm guessing F6, and it looks over. FG6 I would evaluate as much better for black or for white. Let's do F6 again, Kosia, because this could be the end. So F6, Queen E5, Bishop G6. Obviously FG loses. Queen E2, I thought Bishop F7, that was the end. So Queen H2, King F1. Maybe. Okay, wait. Here's an idea. No, I was gonna say Bishop G3. Yeah, I was gonna say Bishop G3. But he still has to sack before, because I have Knight G1. So if I go Bishop F7, King H8. Let me just take this coconut first and just see what happens. So snip, snop. I do have to take back with the king here.
Wait, sorry. Instead of rook takes d7,
Yeah,
isn't queen g6 just lights out?
good. End. Yeah. I was thinking rook d7 was also lights out, but that's the quicker way. Then you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. I mean, that looks pretty real. F6.
This knight g1 is such a powerful move, and it just saves white.
Yeah.
So I feel like Misha is also confused because he's spending a lot of time, right? He's like not seeing why he's not winning.
Well, I would too here. My coach said that I'm allowed to take more than 10 minutes if it's potential, if I'm either totally lost and I'm like looking for a desperation way out, or if it's potentially winning.
Mm-hmm.
And this looks like it's potentially winning. So you have two paths too, and they both look good. It's just that F6 looks like a lights out continuation.
Yeah. Oh, there. Someone from chat has been asking us. I apologize, we've ignored. But Jesse, what do you think was the reason for Rook F3? Was it this like Bishop F2 idea, or?
Let's go back. So let's cruise through the opening a little bit. By the way, Kosi, do you have any thoughts on this opening for black?
Yeah, I mean it's supposed to be like very, very playable, and critical continuations are generally with white castling queenside. So this seems like not the most dangerous approach. But I don't know this. I can't say I really understand the structure at all. Like when white plays f4, that to me looks very suspicious.
Right. So h5, h4, h3. If I was an Orderbeck, I would love to have this position in the game situation that he's got. By the way, I just tell the story. Someone mentioned that I recommended this variation on our course, and I definitely had this kind of position in the file that we created at the dojo. By the way, you want to join the dojo, use code SummerCon to join, 20% off. I had this in there, and there was this Dutch IM someone asked him about it or something, and he called me and this line an idiot. I was idiotic. I got called idiotic, bro, for recommending this variation. But anyways, he had kind of this standard old time view of this variation, which was, eventually white gets, a passer or something on the queen side. It's just harder to do as white, though. All right, here we go. Knight d7, bishop d2, knight f8. He brings all his coconuts over. Now, once you play rook a e1, by the way, you are obviously trying to do something like f4. It's also clear from the times that dude is playing this as part of his prep, right?
F4 is like 3 minutes. Yeah, it's not long at all.
So f4, queen d6, very spicy to play this way. c4, and so obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious, white is making a claim about space and about black not being able to actually do anything. A lot of times black likes to play a move like g5 in positions like this. My assumption is part of the idea of c4 is, like we see in the game, to pop the queen off that diagonal with c5.
Yeah.
So b6, and he plays rook f3 pretty quickly. Do I get it? No. No, I don't get it. Do you got thoughts on rook f3, Kostya?
I mean, kind of. His next one was bishop e3, so I think he just wanted to support the bishop on e3.
Looks very artificial and weird. But
Yeah, agreed.
yeah.
Because if black didn't play knight f8, then, bishop e3 just feels like it's hanging everywhere.
So yeah, this looks weird. My guess is like maybe he saw similar variations in his prep, and he was like, yeah, I remember this bishop e3 thing. So
Yeah.
knight e6 looks natural. The issue is going to be, like in the game, is now you are subject to getting popped by f5. It encourages the bishop to come in. And this is where Abdu thought forever and played bishop d7. So rook d1, that was the 21-minute thing. And now this move, g6, which was so frisky. It's either a genius move or a terrible move. This is what happened. And now c5, boop, boop, boop. f5, bishop g5, snip, snap. And I think we have a move.
Yeah.
He took fg. Ah, the punk. The punk.
Okay.
And now f6.
Then
Kost-
f6 from Noterbeck, so...
Kostya was guessing FG. I guessed F6, but I just want to say, even though I guessed F6, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Now this one, obviously white's up a pawn, but the reason to think that maybe black might be able to survive is the dark squares and some kind of later queen e5. Maybe some kind of later g4. However, white's up a pawn, and I don't know, Kostya, I would call that a pretty big pawn.
I kind of think black is okay, actually. Like, I don't see how white's knight gets in without allowing queen e5, queen h2. And, the g-pawn it's not going to checkmate me. So, I don't know, I would say black is, like, very much in the game.
Okay. So just to recap, we even though it looks, well, we can argue about how good white is. He definitely needs to find a good move now. But the thing that we did not understand, and maybe if Rachel's listening, she can ask later, why not f6, bro?
Yeah, 23 f6.
And when she asks, like a lot of these chumps will ask him like some computer analysis. You ask him from the human perspective. Why did you like this move, buddy? Okay, so here we go. This is our position.
So yeah, Tim's asking about knight d4. So yeah, that's exactly the problem for me. It's like knight d4, black goes queen e5,
Right.
and you want your knight on e2 so you can eventually go knight g1 against this this nastiness. Rook df1 definitely feels logical, but black can also, well, black can go rook f8, bring the other rook in. Black can consider putting the bishop on e5. Actually, rook df1, queen e5 might be a concrete issue as well, because now the king doesn't have the f1 square. So rook df1, queen e5 I would look at.
Okay, let's do that. So rook df1, queen e5. I want to ask the obvious question. Rook f6.
Yeah, so queen h2, king f2.
Maybe rook f8 now? I don't know.
I mean, there's like bishop takes h3.
Bishop h3 is more scary to me, yeah. But it's also like scary for whom? Okay, so let's say bishop h3, check to the miserable king, bishop c4. King h8, I guess, is forced.
Yeah.
g7, check to the miserable king.
No, that's Nate.
That looks like Nate, right? So let's just say that rook df1 is a very viable option. I have a feeling there's other moves for white. Even if he wanted to, I don't think he's going to play b4, but even if he wanted to play the chump move b4, I don't feel like black is immediately knocking us out or anything. Because we can always play king f1, knight g1 if we need to.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think it's just kind of like compensation for black, because I don't really see the play with queen e5 exactly. Maybe some g4, but to me it seems like if white can't really, white doesn't have a ton of freedom to move around, because this queen e5 is always there.
Well, but okay, so let's pursue the concrete rook df1. All right, what do you want to do, Kostya?
I'll try again. Queen e5.
All right, so rook takes.
Yeah. Check, king f2. Let's see. Okay, here we need a really strong move. But bishop c4 is definitely a threat. Can we do? Okay, so maybe. Okay, let's try rook f8.
Okay. I do think this is the critical continuation, probably maybe what they're looking at here. Now, I just want to stress, if king e1, I'm concerned about a bishop a5 check at some point. Actually, I was going to take first and then king e1, and then I'm concerned about a bishop a5 check. Okay, so for that reason, I'm just going to go kick it and play king e1. Looks like we have a move, by the way. He did not play rook df1, but played bishop c4 check. This might also be very strong. Ooh, and you know what, Kostya? A simple idea here is if you move the king, I might just sack the exchange with rook d7. If like king h8, then rook d7 looks strong. How about king g7 then, maybe? This looks, I just want to say, this looks abysmal.
Yeah, now it feels like white is somehow very. Now it feels like knight d4 now maybe comes with a check somewhere. So now it's like starting to.
Another very basic move is probably just bishop f7. Dude played king g7. All right. Now Mishra is down to, you know, almost a minute to move. Now, just a obvious disadvantage of bishop c4 is queen c5 is a threat. Bishop. So this bishop f7 move looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah, definitely.
If queen e2, I assume we just take it and play rook d7, and I don't think you're going to live through that. But maybe that could be the thought for a pot.
Bishop f7. That has to, right? Because also c5 is hanging right now.
Yeah, it seems like bishop f7 is the intention. Nordebek is definitely hopping in his pants. There's no doubt. He's hopping in his pants over there.
Oh, yeah, he's nervous.
One interesting interview I saw was someone asked Nordebek Sr., like, do you have any predictions, any hot takes? And he was like, yeah, I predict that Gukesh will not be, whoever plays him is going to win, and Gukesh will lose the world championship.
Yeah, maybe that's disturbed Gukesh a bit. Bishop f7 on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, people are saying Mr. Echo is back?
No, we fixed that.
Ah, okay, so Chess just lying. Guys, don't lie. That's not nice. Wow, 3 people are lying. Guys, we fixed it, okay? Okay, 4 people are lying. Guys. What's with this? Okay, no, it's probably back.
I didn't change anything. I did nothing. There is a leaf blower going on in my vicinity. That could be a thing. I got a leaf blower going, but they say it's on you, so I don't know how my leaf blower could be affecting you. Uh-oh, echo, echo, echo. Man. I don't think it's the leaf blower, though, if there's 3 Kostyas.
No, it's probably not.
Gukesh is on the second to last board. He's on the second to the last board that's being shown. They're not showing all the boards, I think.
It's a fixed board for Divya. That's why.
Oh, right. Now, Rainbow Teddy, is Kostya, is his echo going crazy? Fixed board, yeah. I'm imagining what it means to have 3 Kostyas. That would be terrifying. I wouldn't want to face that.
Yeah.
Let me ask DM. Apparently, echo again. Any ideas? Didn't change anything.
John, I'm not streaming, but I agree that's the fix. Yeah.
If I used headphones. Well, okay, but we have a fix that doesn't involve headphones. So, and I would have to do a bunch of other settings too. So, it's a bad echo now. Kosius, DM is about to give us an idea. He's got ideas. They say he needs a raise. All right, hold on. Big moments in the game. Rook ed8 after bishop f7. Kostya, to me, are there multiple audio sources somehow in OBS? Well, let me tell you, DM. I closed down the desktop audio, so there's just my mic. Maybe, okay, wait a second. This is gonna be weird. So that didn't help. That didn't help when I muted myself. So DM, I got my mic on, and I have this application audio capture, which has been the thing that saved us from ever having to do the headphones. I know I muted myself, DM. So I don't know. Okay, rook df1 now. Kostya, this looks lost, right? This looks...
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much because I think it's very annoying for the chat, but yeah, it looks bad.
All right, I'm going to briefly, with the presumption that this thing is lost, I'm going to go back, and DM Hoki's still trying to figure it out, and we'll check out the Ali Reza Neiman game. When we left this bad boy, our presumption was that it was terrible for Neiman. Things have happened, though, so I'm going to get into it. Rook a6, this is where we left it. I predicted that he would move to the dark squares. Okay. Rook fa1, logical. Rook b7, logical. Ooh, what did GM Cry said? He said that we would see a g3 h4. g3 is a nice move, claiming that queen h3, rook c6 would be too much for black. Neiman agrees. He says rook c7. Now we push. f5, very frisky. And I think this is good chess on Neiman's part to play f5. If we don't have any ideas, I'm going to switch over to the headphones. Good idea from Neiman's part to switch it up, because now, at least with f5, we are doing stuff. Now, let's look at what happened. Rook a8, snip, snap. And we talked about this ages ago, but the idea is that if we get d5, we kill the light square bishop. So the guy just, the light square bishop just went from hero to zero at the cost of what seems like a pawn, but black also gets to play bishop f6. Now, for half a second, it seems like Neiman's okay. However, the move queen c5 is the big question. Does queen c5 put epic pressure on Mr. Black? Kostya, give us a word or two on this, and then chat can tell us if it's still happening.
Yes. I think Han's looking very unhappy at the board. Firouzja looking focused. And position, I mean, still unpleasant, but black looks better than before. Bishop on f6.
What do you think he does here? Queen e7?
Wait, what's White's move?
Oh, but I'm suggesting bishop f6, queen c5.
Yeah, queen e7.
Still the echo. All right. I don't know. Wait, DM saying something to me? I'm not sure why it randomly started if you didn't change anything. It sounds like multiple sources of Kostia's audio. Whatever your Zoom audio output is, that should be... that doesn't make any sense. So he's saying things that don't make sense to me, so I don't understand that. Because I have this thing, DM, called application audio capture that always has solved this problem before.
That's probably where the Zoom audio is coming from.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, I know how to solve this. Somehow I know how to solve this. Right, that's where that's coming from. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I know. It's a setting in Zoom that I need to do, right? What is the setting? Oh, man. Oh, I don't know. Damn it. It's too complicated in the early morning. So...
You want me to put on headphones too, just in solidarity?
Well, I'm saying once I put on the headphones, I still have to adjust all the settings because I got this thing on. So I'm wondering if I can just figure this out, then it's just one setting I have to switch. Damn. Okay. I do despise the headphones, that's true. Okay. Now, I have to change other settings. It's probably going to be all messed up. So, all right, Kostia, say something. We still have to do a big Jadoop here.
Yes, testing. 1 2 1 2.
All right, that's not...
Perugia Neiman.
That's not going to solve the problem, I don't think. Oh, darn it. Yeah, echo's still there. So there, as I said, putting the headphones on itself doesn't solve the issue. I still have to solve. Maybe I take away this. All right, let's try it now, Kostia.
Do you hear me through your headphones?
No, that's why
of course, yeah.
That's the setting that I have to change.
Right. Yeah.
So
Headphones
hold
have
on, I got it, buddy. All right, now say something. Okay, now it should work. How does it sound now? All right, good. We figured it out. I still want to figure out the normal way of fixing this for next time. So DM, let's meet up later. Fuck. What do you mean you're muted? All right, try now.
Okay. Back. Neiman, Perugia, Neiman. Hans.
Can you hear the guy? Can you hear him? All right, Rogue says it's sorted.
Nice.
Okay, so let's go to our game. Queen f4 was played instead of Queen c5. This is actually a better move. Because let me just say on my Queen c5, I was looking at Queen e7, and that's the kind of thing that even though we're up a pawn, it's very meaningless. So Queen f4, we keep the pressure, but Neiman has a simple and fine move here, Rook f7, threatening discoveries with the bishop. Does Firouzja have a nice move here?
Maybe d4 right now with idea c3. Get the bishop to the better diagonal.
Good, and maybe h5 would also work, but I haven't figured out h5, g5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try Kostya's move. In principle, it's the right move to do, d4.
Just keep an eye on the game. Someone's saying, oh, Prague is on 1 minute against an hour and 15 by Rapport. That
Oh,
is
man.
crazy. 12 moves to go there. Wow.
We might check that out. I want to say this about this game.
Wild
This
game.
looks like a clear advantage for white, doesn't it, Kostya?
No, definitely. I still like white.
Maybe there's one question we have to answer, though. How about c5 after d4?
Yeah, maybe just C3.
But then I can play bishop takes d4, and bad things have happened.
Whoops.
So c5 might be a key move here.
C5. Yeah, that's annoying.
So
Two.
let's go back. So d4 looks very nice, but we need an answer to c5. h5 runs into g5. The point of h5 is there's no bishop b2 because this is mate. So you got to do something like g5, and then I don't see anything for white. It's a major heartbreak that my bishop is now crispy critters. All right.
Yeah, I don't see anything there.
So big moment for Firouzja. Now we are up a pawn, so maybe we have the right to do something like d4, c5, pawn takes, bishop takes b2. All right.
Yeah, I couldn't find a move there.
Let's pause for a second here. Is it fun for me or fun for you if I play queen d6?
Okay, so queen d6, bishop a1.
I'll take back.
Okay, 1. It's only one pawn, right?
Let's just say it's not impressive. Not impressive.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm not losing or anything, but it seems unnecessary. So is there a different move on bishop b2? Now, the good news is my bishop on b3 is now out at least. If I go queen b4.
Yeah, not finding a move.
How about queen b4 instead of queen d6 costume?
Queen b4. Okay, bishop a1, rook a1.
It's most sad that I have to go back. Probably queen f5, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe black has to be careful. Let's just say I go rook f1 like a chump, and I claim that. It's hard to judge. I guess I would rather be white here. I feel like I'm going to win another pawn. So let's get into it. The interesting thing about if you play d4 is your c5 is the only move for black to fight. It looks like black gets full play, but then we go dc, and then the advantage is that our biggest problem in the position is our bishop is dead. So the second he plays c5, he might be getting some interesting tactics, but he's also unleashing the Kraken. Right?
Yeah. But I mean, if black doesn't play c5, it's just
It's crispy, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very nice for white because, like Kostya said, we'll play c3. We can maneuver this h5 at our leisure.
So yeah, it might be critical.
Prepare is asking what h5 rook g8 check. Well, let me just stress h5. The point is this is a beautiful mate, It's a little bit hope chessy though, because if he just pushes past, I don't know what we're doing. Now, actually, Kosi, let's pursue this a second. So let's say h5. Now, maybe gh, maybe. But let's go first g5. How about now I just go queen d2? Real simple. Maybe queen g4, though, or something, right? As long as my bishop's dead, I got a problem.
Yeah. Doesn't feel nice for white while the bishop's locked.
Yeah, but those are all good questions. I am certain that h5 is a move here for that he's thinking about.
How about queen d2 first?
Okay, let's try.
And then if you take on b2, then I'll go h5.
Whoa. Oh, Kosi, all right, buddy. Okay, look at Kosi go. Let's just show a mate here. Ooh, baby. h5, mate. And if bishop a1, we're going to presume that this is the end of the world, but we should check it. So check to the miserable king. King f6.
So king f6. And then
it might not be the end.
Yeah.
So the problem, by the way, is our bishop on b3 is stuck. That's the problem. Okay.
Maybe just like rook takes a1 now.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
But
Feels
again,
like
since our bishop isn't out, it's a little bit implausible. There's a lot of different moves for black. That maybe basic would be g5 with king g6.
You're basically just down a rook.
Right. All right, so here's our key position. They raise it in general, always in time pressure. I think one of the good things that he's figured out is if he can win the opening battle, right? Like just know it a little bit deeper, then his time pressure woes are substantially alleviated. He still gets into time pressure. Yeah, but they're substantially better.
I still don't understand like Firouzja's style. Like, could you explain what do you think about his style?
Tactical genius, very good at calculating, very good at setting problems for his opponent. This could be a good example of it too, because the chump GMs would probably play. Actually, a lot of chump GMs would play d4 here, not even seeing that c5 is a thing. Right? But he's very good at being tricky, setting problems. Like, it's one thing to calculate well, and it's another thing to foresee the issues that you can kind of maybe put onto your opponent.
So it's like he has I feel like he has this quality that Mishra is missing. Right? The what's the word? Nettlesomeness? Is that the word? Where you pose problems for people?
Yeah, that seems. I mean, most people are missing it in the level that he's got it. That was one of the.
They used to say like Magnus was exceptional at posing problems in like technical positions. But yeah, Fruit very tactical, but it's just like a lot of times I see him play certain openings, like he'll play some Queen's Gambit declined, or he just plays like some quiet position, and I'm confused. It's just like, what is he trying to get out of this? Like, what is he going for here? And I almost feel like he should be trying to get into like more irrational positions, because that's where he might be strongest.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
Mishra, very good defender.
yesterday was an amazing example of opening prep plus then very good calculation. The machine, of course, didn't like all of his moves. I looked at it this morning with chat and the Dojo supercomputer that we got, and it didn't like all of his moves, but you know, in a lot of ways, it was a game where he's really posing the questions to his opponent, also with the opening choice. And you talk about an irrational position. That thing was irrational. I mean, it was hot, very hot position.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of position I would expect him to win with either color.
I mean, this one I would also expect him to win. That's what I mean. I think. By the way, let me put on my top choice for what's going to happen is D4, C5, DC, Bishop B2, and now this queen could move a variety of squares, but I was thinking about the basic Queen B4, and to me, it looks like White is for choice, but it's obviously a complicated position. And the main point is our king is safer than the black king, that the rooks are going to have a hard time actually getting at us, and our bishop will now be amazing.
Questions for Katarina Logano. I don't have any great questions that wouldn't be super awkward, but it does look like she hasn't made a draw yet in 8 rounds. So that's kind of interesting. You could ask her if that's normal for her. I'm guessing it isn't, but it looks like all 8 of her games have been decisive thus far. Except actually, I don't know the result of today's game. Maybe today's game was a draw. Maybe it was the first draw she has. But yeah, I don't know. Great question. Maybe chat can help Rachel there.
So here we have D4, and Kostya's Queen D2 was interesting. There might be some way to make H5 work. I don't really see other candidate moves besides that. If you had some useful move you could do with the A rook, you could think about it, you know.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, wait. Rachel's right. Katarina did have some draws. Okay. Chess.com decided to completely lie to me. just total lie. Who was I even looking at? Oh, no, it's her opponent, Maria Muzichuk, that has all decisive games. Never mind. Okay, my bad. So Katarina Logno is having a great event. A couple of draws and several wins. I don't know what to ask her. No, I just mean like, she's Russian. She played a Ukrainian today. It was probably very tense and stressful. Oh, 4 kids. Yeah, you could ask her about that. Yeah, that seems nice. Nice and polite.
Another option, Kostya, that just floated to my head was H5, G5, and I don't like it actually, but I'm just going to mention it. This nasty Queen C1. Okay, we got to move. H5, he did play it. Oh my God.
Ooh, wow.
Okay, so I think for me the question is, what does he see after G5? I was just considering a different. Now, by the way, one of the reasons we dismissed this was we said, okay, after the queen moves, black's queen will go to G4. However, you think about it, like before you even start getting too deep in the analysis, you could be like, okay, I might have some ideas on Queen G4. I have a feeling H5 is we're talking about unpleasant positions for a person to face. And H5 could be really unpleasant because now you have to calculate this G5. Probably while you were, maybe, let's just imagine he came to the same conclusion that we did, that G5, queen moves, and like Queen G4, and we're doing okay. Then you get hit with H5 anyway, and you're like, damn, what did I miss, man? Okay, so I want to say an obvious thing first, Kostya, and that is on Queen D2 or Queen C, E3 or whatever, Bishop D4 is not going to work because of Queen G5. Bishop B2 is not going to work because of Queen G5. Mm-hmm. So our big question was either Queen G4, maybe even Queen H3. So let's put that on there. This threatens not only the pawn, but Bishop D4. If we get Bishop D4, we'll also be threatening Queen G3. So, what is White's intention on g5? Do we have any magic?
And he spent a lot of time there too, so clearly, like, it wasn't. 17 minutes. So that's the time management of, like, you didn't find anything, right? So clear. It's just, but you have to move.
Wait a sec. No. He played h5 and he has a clear intention.
Yeah, no, for sure. I just mean, like, I feel like he spent a lot of time there, like, not seeing anything great, because he would have played it, I think, faster if he found something. But yeah, you also just can't use up all your time. But I don't know what the intention is. Maybe wait, did you mention g5 queen b4 is possible?
I did, but I don't understand what we're doing over there.
c5 even, right?
Right, maybe even c5. Maybe, here's a weird thought. Maybe queen d2, queen g4, and maybe we do this sad move c3. It's a really sad move, though. Because yes, you can kind of fix your bishop and stuff. And yes, maybe you're better. Okay, anyways, this could be a thing. This could be a thing for White. It doesn't look that dynamic. So I have a feeling, just because I'm dealing with Furusha, maybe I'm missing something. So g5. Okay, let's do queen b4 for a second. So the argument could be that once you play c5, you are opening up your coconuts. Okay, so c5. Now, not only that, but now we have to worry about c4 too. So, it's hard to fathom, really. No, I don't get it. c4 looks abysmal once he gets c4. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. But Hans also, like, he hasn't played g5, so he, either sees something or doesn't understand what Furusha wants and is, like, trying to figure it out. Because usually, like, you kind of want to know what your opponent's idea is, just so you have an instinct, like, what's coming. Actually, I sometimes have a problem with that. Like, let's say I have a move that I want to play, and I just don't see my opponent's response, right? But I feel like they have some idea. What do you do there? Like, do you spend more time, or what do you do? Like, here, Black's move g5 is very tempting. I might have played it rather quickly, but not knowing what White's response is going to be.
And I think that's a key difference with this level. And one of the reasons it's different, I think, is when we play in chump tournaments, a lot of times, we'll play the natural move, which to us is g5, and our opponent doesn't have a response, right? But at this level, no, we know that they have something in mind. Now, we might end up disagreeing with that, but they're trying to find it before it happens. I don't see how throwing g5 h6 in, I don't see how that helps us. That's both of those, I'm watching the stream and both of them are really dialed into the game.
Yeah. Furusha doesn't seem happy, though. Can't say he looked happy yesterday either.
I don't know, yeah, it's rare that he looks happy. Yeah. I think Furusha, too, is like the only player who is up here who's lost, or there's probably somebody else, but there's very few players up here who've actually lost a game. So, because he lost to the famous Maksudlu. round 3. All right, I'm going to put g5 on the board again, Kostya.
Yeah. I mean, okay, g5. I was thinking like, queen f3, bishop b2, h6 check, but I don't see anything there.
Now, one little tactical point I'll point out is if queen b4, c5, I think is kind of sort of forced. That's probably not forced. Maybe black could play queen f5. I just want to point out on bishop b2, we do have bishop d5. So black would have to, like when you're calculating this, you want to be sure that you have something after queen b4. Now, to me, it looks devastating because I haven't seen anything after c5 and then just the brutality of queen of c4 next move. But this does open up the white bishop until we get a chance to close him down. So if white had any threat he could make with the queen, then now would be the time to make it. I don't know what that threat is, though. If we magically got our queen down to this 8th rank, that would be nice. But I also don't see that. Okay, wait, if we go back here.
Okay, can we try g5, queen e3?
I was just thinking about that.
So queen g4, queen e8. That's a thing.
Okay, let's continue though. Queen g4, queen e8, queen h5. Again, because the bishop on b3 is shite, I don't think you're doing anything.
Yeah, but maybe there's no rush. Can we just play like c3?
And also, Kostya, queen e8, bishop d4. Right?
Yeah, I don't see the mate.
But yeah, some kind of thing like queen e3 trying to wiggle our way in, not a bad idea. Also, maybe we even want to provoke rook e7 because the rook has been looking at our f2 pawn so much.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think this is, oh man,
If we're doing the eval, I would say it's equal, basically. Maybe it's slightly better for white, but I don't see anything.
I would not feel comfortable telling the eval until I know what white's intention is after g5. I think Hans suspects something too, or else he would also just play g5.
Yeah, he's spending time.
And the simple point I'll make to chat is if GH, the cool thing for white is then I don't have to ever worry about the bishop moving because of queen g5. By the way, GH maybe is playable because next move, Kostya, I can play queen g4. That's a thought.
Maybe he's just thinking about GH. GH does kind of feel like I want to solve my problems now. Queen g4, h4.
Yeah, so if you imagine GH and I play d4, then queen g4 seems like we're doing fine.
By the way, I'm seeing Giri is up in exchange against Parham, but it's an endgame. And it's kind of hard to say, actually. And Mishra game 2 is still pretty hot.
We'll give some updates. Pranov drew with Nepo, and so that doesn't help him. Neither person. Sargsyan drew with Aragaisi. That doesn't help either of those guys. Ooh, and you know what? Just talk about bummers here. Earlier on, it looked like Arjun was a shoo-in to maybe claim one of these a favorite to claim one of these two spots. And now, mathematically, it's already difficult for him. Even just mathematically.
He's going to have to win out, basically.
And people are yelling at me about Rapport Pragananda. It might be an interesting game, but those people are down a full point. Right? So it's not mathematically over for him, but even with, let's say, Prague winning or Rapport winning, it's still a long road.
Yeah.
Now, Vidit is a half point ahead of Keimer. By the way, I'm kind of following Proust's lead. He was like, if you're down a full point at this stage, I'm counting you out. Counting you out. So I was kind of following his method there. But I would say Keimer looks to be better against Vidit.
Yeah. Definitely.
And Anish and Parham. Well, Parham isn't losing that position, I don't think. Let's put it that way.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So yeah, you think White's safe?
Yeah. And Mishra, I'm just assuming he's winning. I left that game a while ago because I was like, dude's winning. But anything could still happen. That's true. I think that's the game we should look at. By the way, GH came.
GH.
And so this is what I meant. Like he found like G5, what was it? I think maybe tomorrow I'll turn on, or at some point I'll turn on the engine and see if there was something interesting. I do feel, though, the GH, although I first thought it was terrible, I do think it equalizes because White desperately wants to play a move like D4. And then Queen G4 is going to happen. So maybe White tries C4 now. Maybe C4 could be the attempt. Let's try C4, Costume. Okay. I don't know. That might at least cause a little heartache over there. So again, no bishop moves because of mate. And honestly, Queen G4 should still be okay. If you imagine here, and let's take points this way. Oh, wait.
C4 very Fallujah move, I gotta say.
Well, it's also the only move I can imagine where dude doesn't just like completely surrender the initiative. Because D4, Queen G4, and we can shake hands.
Yeah.
So all right, we'll try it again. C4, and maybe before I do Queen G4, I'm just going to take once.
How do you take?
Oh no, it's not easy actually. Okay, so C4 is the challenging move. Presume it's not hard to imagine that Neiman has some idea.
But how about C4, Queen G4?
All right, let's try it. And then we take once to Queen G4, HG, CD.
So CD5, I wanted Bishop D4 there.
Okay, good.
And if Rook F1, I have the old Rook F2, Rook F7.
Okay, I'm concerned about D6.
Oh, and Bishop D4, D6. Uh-oh. But wait, do we have a draw? Rook takes F2?
Okay, snipperoonies. Oh, in addition to snipperoonies, I have Rook G8. How are you getting a draw again?
Oh, no, there's no draw. Yeah, King goes to H1. Yes.
Okay. So C4 is our main contender here for Fallujah. One idea could be BC, DC, Rook B7. That would be spicy. That might be a little bit unpleasant.
Double-edged, yeah. C3 played.
Okay. So, basic question, are we shaking hands after Queen G4? Let's go look over here. I'm going to look at the live board. Yeah, C3. Yeah, to
By the
me...
credit to Hans, huh? He managed to break out to the leaders. And his chances to qualify here are not bad. If he holds this against Fallujah, gets White next game against someone like Blue Bomb, you know?
Everybody wants a taste of Blue Bomb now, man.
Blue Bomb's luck is going to run out. Again, nothing against the guy. Actually, I really like his personality. I like how objective he's being about his play. He's very humble. He's like, I'm just having a good run. I'm
Yeah.
not better than these guys. But it also means that it's gonna run out.
Yeah, there's no way any of these other guys, with the position he had, would have taken a draw. No way. Okay, let's think about this for a second. So, first of all, for everybody, it was a great result that Bluebaum and Sarin drew. That's fantastic for everybody. If one of those guys had won, that would have really reduced their chances. So now the winners will be tied. And so let's imagine then that this is a draw with Neiman. He's going to be in a pack of people a half a point behind. And that pack is going to get bigger because the score group below, a lot of people there would have won.
And then both Nihal and Bluebaum are gonna play, big guys next round.
For sure, yeah. And, I believe, at this point, especially with Bluebaum making that draw, I believe in Nihal a lot more than Bluebaum, and Nihal will have white. So I think, Nihal's a real contender.
Nihal is, yeah, actually, absolutely. Like, probably feeling very confident. He's been playing a lot of classical chess this year. He's got this new coach.
In addition to playing a bunch of blitz, did you find out if he played all that blitz last night?
I did not, but I can check very easily. He doesn't hide it. Nihal Sarin, Chess.com, Google. Let's see. GM Nihal Sarin. Games. When's September 12th? Oh, today. All right. So on September 12th, he didn't play at all September 11th, actually. He took a break September 11th. September 12th, today, he played 5 bullet games.
Wow. So
And
just
he
to
scored
warm up.
4 out of 5.
Yeah, just to warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go. I'm going to assume that Queen G4 is coming. We're going to see a handshake here. I could be wrong, but we'll just come back to this one if that turns out to be wrong. And here we have Abihamyu Mishra facing Nordabek Sr. And I still like white, but it feels like he has missed a lot of his chances. In fact, maybe he's got absolutely 0 now. Because black's bishop is going to come to e5. Yeah. And then obviously white's going to recapture some way. I don't know. But regardless of how we capture, the bishop comes to e5. And isn't it, it's a tower of power. I actually, in a lot of ways, like, why is black worse after whatever happens and then bishop e5? Oh, I think Mishra's blown it, man.
Yeah.
Again, after this broadcast is done, we're going to look at this decisive moment. Did f6 win on the spot? Whew, man, might have done. Here's our current position. He's up a pawn, but that bishop coming to e5 bows. Damn. It's almost like maybe I like black better.
In many cases, you would take black because just you have this potential bishop d4, super annoying. You have more time.
Okay, he took with a pawn.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So maybe intending knight d4, but bishop e5, knight d4. I could play rook takes.
Yeah.
Now it does seem like bishop e5 is the best move because rook e7 would be annoying.
Bishop a6?
Bishop a6 is the what?
Is bishop a6 just a direct draw, like just going for the opposite color bishops?
You might be able to do that, yeah. On bishop a6, you should be a little concerned with rook e7.
Right.
And then bishop e2, rook c7, bishop f1, king f1. Is that something for white? Might not be that special.
I feel like it's not great. Like I can chase you with rook a6.
You can start chasing me and stuff. But at this point, maybe black can just say, wait, why am I worse? Like bishop e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if bishop a6 c4, then yeah, definitely bishop e5. But yeah, maybe just start with bishop e5 here.
Now, knight d4, there's rook d4. Maybe white can dream with rook e5 or something. Here, here, and then I don't know. Maybe you could. Yeah, I don't know if you want to dream. You might not want to dream. Sometimes it's better not to dream, Kostya. Rook d1 here. Yeah. Maybe that's kind of a white's little hope here. All right, so we're thinking that maybe on bishop e5. It's hard to imagine another building move for white other than knight d4, but maybe that's kind of his intention here.
Mm-hmm. But that's just immediate draw. Like rook d4, bishop d4. You'll have time to even take on c5 before you win the exchange back.
Wait, but knight d4, rook d4. What about rook e5?
Oh, nice. Well, FE,
Okay.
CD, ED,
and just rook d1, and I'm up a good pawn. It's at least this one's at least dangerous for black.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is our situation. The endgame has appeared on the Hans board, so I'm calling that I'm giving that the old, that's got to be a draw. Back in the day, I think they would agree. Now they're going to play on a couple moves. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems very drawish. At this point, though, I would take black.
You mean the
I had to
Hans game?
decide. Yeah, if I had to pick.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. All right, hello chat. Let's see what we're on the Mishra game, looks like. Noterbeck thinking. We're thinking bishop e5 here for Noterbeck. You guys have other questions on other games? Let me know. No, I think the human seems very drawish is actually more powerful than the computer because you know, you give your human instincts. Even if a computer says someone is better, that doesn't mean the position is not drawish, right? Because a 0.4 advantage is not enough to win the game, basically. Do I think Geary has some chance to push for a win? I would think so, because he's got the exchange, and there's like a lot of open room on the board. But it should be said the bishop is a very good piece in the endgame, in endgames like this, where it's very open. So my best guess is that it should be a draw with best play. And in practical terms, I would think that white should be okay there.
Which game are you talking about?
Geary Parham.
We can bring that up. So this one, by the way, I feel like black's okay. He survived it. Anything could maybe happen in the time pressure. And then this one's been fascinating. We've been kind of keeping a side eye on this bad boy. And what I said was that at the least, it's not dangerous for white. Mm-hmm. Maybe I could reconsider that. I don't know. Bishop e4 seems like a nice move, though.
Yeah, so rook c3 check, king f4.
Right.
People are asking about the big matchup of the day, Gukesh Divya. To me, it looks like Gukesh has a nice safe advantage. He
Oh,
can
it
play.
would be so sad if he lost that game, dude. Okay, just because, is it Schadenfreude, you know, to go
I
look?
don't think he's losing this. He might not win, but he's not losing this.
I really have to go down to the very bottom. Okay, here we go. Oh, Gukesh, buddy. All right, here's our position. He is not losing this. That's the most important thing. Oh,
But it looks very good winning chances. Like you have d4 as a weakness, you have a7 as a weakness. This beautiful square on c4 for the knight.
and we should say the good news for black is that knight c4, if we imagine knight c4, rook d7, knight b6, ab, a7, black has knight c7 miraculously holding the thing.
Just in time. Yeah.
Oh, Gukesh, buddy.
I could see like b4, b5 here for white.
Oh, man. Dude, she's got more points than Gukesh. Dang.
That's why they're playing, because she's half a point ahead.
Oh, man, Gukesh, buddy. Sorry, bro.
Show me this. It says he's not going to win. There's no chance. That doesn't make any sense to me. Are we looking at the same position?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I mean, maybe engine says equal, but there's clearly a play here, right? Like, what are we?
Yeah, I mean, knight f3 is a very challenging move to face. Just threatening rook e7 and touching the d4 pawn.
Yeah.
Knight f3 might just be winning. I don't know. I mean, that's a basic level move. Yeah, what do you want to do on that? Welcome to the dojo, I think.
Knight f3. Knight c7. You go rook e7, right?
I'm definitely playing rook e7, yeah.
That's a problem. It's a problem. Is Gukesh playing more solid today after 3 losses? I would hope so.
Oh, man, that's so cold.
I mean, I do think basically the position he got just kind of warrants very solid play out of the opening. But I have the feeling that if he had the chance to like spice things up, he would have gone for it.
Well, if we go back a second, she was the first one to really tank. And in this position, rook e1, she tanked for 17 minutes and played knight d4. And then, I don't know, we got to say that's just a nice position for white right there. Queen
Wait,
e3.
if I'm reading, I think Gukesh was the one that tanked on rook e1.
Oh, you're right. But the position he got, look at that. That's just that's the dream position in the opening. Black doesn't have the d4 square. We would play d3. Easy chess. Easy chess right there.
So yeah, this is definitely the kind of game you need to like get back into it. Just like nice technical win against strong, lower rated grandmaster. That's what you want.
Now, someone wanted me to look at the Vidit game. They were like, did you reevaluate your Vidit thing? I'll go back. Here we are. And earlier I said white no way can be worse. Oh, definitely, yeah. The bishop on d2 is amazing. The pawns are all on light squares, working well with our dark square bishop. I think it looks real bad for black.
People asking if this is the first time a woman has drawn the reigning world champion. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Well, first thing, she hasn't drawn yet.
She ain't drawn yet. But it wouldn't be the first time.
What was the other time? If
I
you
mean, I
remember.
don't know the first time. I can think. I know Magnus has drawn. I remember he drew against this Georgian grandmaster Nino Batsiashvili in I think it was like Qatar or something. I remember that. But I'm sure like.
And that was a
I mean, what,
classical game?
Judah Polgar never made a draw with Kasparov. Like,
Oh, dude,
that,
yeah.
That was definitely classical. But yeah, I was thinking like Judah, of course, must have.
Yeah.
And I would think even maybe Judah was the first. I don't know. That would be an interesting question. Who was the first?
That makes sense to me. Well, and I think Judith eventually won against Gary. Like she had a terrible record against him. But at some point, I think she finally cracked the code.
Yeah, she beat him at least once, for sure.
They played a lot. Okay.
But in 2002, he wasn't a sitting world champion.
So, Kosti, are you with me here before we leave that Vidit's in a little bit of a positional world of pain?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So, all right, people, crowd favorite now. Let's go look at this Prague game. All right, here we go, Prague.
Yeah, Hans draw. That's done.
Lots of draws this round. Lots of draws. Okay. This one's very hard to assess, obviously. Maybe a simple way of talking about the position is that as long as the pawn on h3 is there, then we should probably believe in black.
Yeah.
And yeah, Prague's got no time. That guy's got no time. Hey, Prague, what are you doing? What's with you and Gukesh, buddy?
Oh, he's been suffering because Rapport had like an hour and 15 minutes not that long ago. He's just been torturing Prague with the time usage.
The interesting question is really, someone complained about the ice, and I just bit into the ice again. The question is like, did Judith beat Gary when he was still world champion? Because a draw, whatever. But yeah, we want to know, has a woman ever beaten a sitting world champion? I'm going to ask AI. I think Judith did beat him in that time period, but I'm not sure.
No, I remember seeing on Twitter, someone was saying Divya would be the first if she won today.
Huh, okay. Well, it's saying...
But I would say that if you beat Kasparov in 2002, that's pretty good. That's
I mean,
pretty good.
she's... Okay, just
She
to
was
be
still
clear...
number one player in the world at
She
that
has
point.
beaten Kasparov, Carlsen, Karpov, Kramnik, and Anand. It's just a question
world
if
champion at the
it was a sitting world champion at the time. Yeah.
Oh, bummer. But
No.
you know, there
Okay,
is
so
something about this like world championship thing. Like I remember one of the older players, I think it was like Lubojevic or someone was saying that like he used to like he beat Karpov at certain points, and then after Karpov became world champion, his results got considerably worse, and he never beat him once he became world champion. Something like that.
So apparently, no, it's never happened.
Yeah.
So all those times that Judith won was never when they were champions. And I think one of the reasons Gary's rating was so high, honestly, for a time, was just like, oh, he's beating Polgar all the time. He's crushing her. Okay, let me say something obvious about this position. Rapport has a lot of time to think, and that is very useful, especially with the question like, can we give that rook, are we trapping it somehow, the rook on d3? And maybe we are. So let's do some obvious moves. King e2, rook d4, b3. And so we're intending bishop e3 next. Now, it's got to be said, you could sacrifice the exchange and just start with bishop h2. And, you know, say that you got the h-pawn. But that's maybe still better for white, because that h-pawn on my king's kind of close. Anyways, this is the position that Rapport is thinking about a lot, in addition to other moves. This is the kind of thing he's thinking about. He cannot easily bail with bishop f4, because then our rook will end up checking on d2 after the exchange. King e2 is the big question. I like it a lot less, but I just want to mention it. You could be a weenie and play rook h1. I really don't like that move. I hate it. I hate it. Black would probably play c6 then, though, and break the bind around the black rook. And one thing these guys will do to you is they'll really map out the next couple moves before they do it when you got 1 minute left.
Oh yeah.
Clutch says Abdu has enough counterplay. That was our sense too when last
Yeah,
time
they
we
went
looked.
down that line we looked at where white gets an extra pawn.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's a little bit more critical of a game than this one. Let's go over here. Oh my God, did I call it, buddy? Oh, I'm good. I'm a GM today. Oh God, I'm good. I'm amazing. Oh, buddy.
Wait, I don't even know what game we're looking at.
We're looking at the Mishra game against Abdu. And I called the whole rook d1 thing. You know, I called 31 rook e5, rook d1. And I said white was at least better. And now we have rook b8 on the board. So first thing we're going to say is Mishra ain't going to lose. And then we have to guess or get a feel for what his chances are in this rook endgame.
Right. Black is pretty active.
Yeah, without going too deep, though, it feels like black has enough to draw, just with the inactivity of the white king. If I was just playing blitz here, I'd play rook a6 for white.
Maybe we should just go back and check.
Check what?
F6.
Oh. Wait. Oh, you mean the...
I mean, we're way past, the point. David
Okay. No, that's fine. I just misunderstood you. I was like, I thought you were talking about the position where you said go back and check. I was like, what check? What check do you want me to do? Okay. Yeah, let's go back. So this will be, all right, we're going here, not FG5. So here, and I'm going to turn on the analysis. Does F6 win? Ba-bam. Ooh, F6, there's a problem with F6. F6, Queen E5, it says black is better. We would have been chumps. It says Bishop G6, and you know what it says? Didn't consider this at all, just Bishop E6. We missed that move. That would be a cold shower. Oh, buddy. Oh, that's a nice move. That's... Damn!
You think these guys saw that?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, they saw that, dude. Okay, so that's impressive.
Chat, let's just explain that. Basically, black is just saying, like, white has no attack. And now black strategically is doing really well. Like queen on e5, dark squares.
Dark squares, yeah. Wow. And actually, when you think about it, very thematic for the opening, too, where the whole point is that, like, my pawns over there give me the zhuzh on the king side. Very nice. In fact, the computer's saying -2. Yeah. And then if I don't want to spill the beans too much, but what we were correct on was that FG6, F6 is obviously a clear advantage to white. Though here, and it likes Bishop C4, Bishop F7. It likes Knight D4 a little more. Though with Knight D4, we were talking like you have to find an answer to Queen E5. And that was the scary thing for us, right? With Queen E5, Queen E5. And apparently the problem on Queen E5 is Queen B3 check to the miserable king. And let's just put the king on H8 for a second just to feel this out. No, just Queen F7, goodbye. Yeah, because it goes here, 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 and we just take it and you're done. Dang. So yeah, he needed to find this move. And we certainly also were like, we're scared of Queen E5. If you're not scared of Queen E5, I think you play Knight D4 just automatically.
Yeah. No, that was one of the critical moves.
Yeah. So, okay. We are now, though, in this position. And Was rook a6 played? Yes, I called it. I'm a GM today. Okay, rook b1. Okay, so the reason that we would think this is a draw is the white king, unless he wants to give us g2, which I think would be too much, must hide out on h2, after which it's permanently sad.
Oh, wait, you still got the eval on.
Oh, gosh. Honestly, I didn't even see it, though. I didn't even see it. I was just talking for myself here. Yeah. So this one seems holdable for black.
Yeah.
Bummer for Misha. Well, that was very impressive play from Nordbeck Sr. to find that bishop e6 thing. And I think he finds it when he plays well, unless he completely missed f6, he finds it when he plays the wild g6 move. You know, g6, what a move. Oh, my God. King f2 played. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. We're going to assume people can... and Interesta says, I feel like Gukesh will just try to make the draw. Wow, they're so cold.
No. I mean, even a draw is just kind of disaster for him.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, stuff has happened with Parham. Now, Parham, Kostya, he gambled and lost when he played Nihal. It was very spicy, and he gambles and loses. And here he's definitely gambling too. He's got limited time, and in this position here, well, actually, let's call it here. Well, here we have, let's start here. Bishop e4, rook e7. Here's where he begins the gamble, in my opinion, with rook d5, because he's claiming big things with swinging the rook to h5. Black's play is very simple, by the way. He wants to trade rooks. If he can trade a rook, then he's probably winning. Okay, so rook d5 here, here, here. And he's like, well, my rook must be active, so I'm going to go for it. Rook d2, and I'm still going for it. Now, I'm starting to like black a little bit better here because, if nothing else, I have the simplistic rook c3, king g2, hg. There might be something else for me, but that looks like I'm definitely not worried as black.
But on HG, aren't you losing like rook h7, rook b7?
We can take a look. Rook a2.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'm not saying white's lost or nothing. I'm just saying I would rather be black at that point.
Yeah, I think me too.
And Parham's a gambler, dude. Sometimes it's not so good to believe in yourself, Kostya. I know the millennials like to believe in themselves, but you know. Now, maybe if you really wanted to gamble, you would play rook c3, king g4. Okay, maybe. Maybe you could gamble like that. Still, though, I play hg. I don't have much better than check to the miserable king. You still come to f6. No, it's not so special. Yeah, not so special. Okay, so that's our position there. Gary's going to think for a while. Now, by the way, like one of the things I was claiming before the round is that the 2700s were going to catch up. So it was not the case with Ali Reza. He did not succeed. You know, Neiman's technically 2700, but I'm sure Ali Reza felt he was on another level. Didn't break through. Mm-hmm. And it's not the case with Abdu Sr. Not breaking through. Giri is also, now Maksula is back over 2700, but still, Giri probably felt he was on another level. And he might break through. He might. I feel like we were talking about Bluebaum just waiting till these guys overpressed. That could be a situation going on with with Parham here. He might really go for it. Now, I want to now go to the Vidit game because at least we've got a change in circumstance. So, I have no idea exactly what's going on, but just the fact that black got rid of the light square bishop seems like an accomplishment. Let's go look at how it happened. Queen e2, snip snap, knight f8, come into f4, rook c1. I don't know about rook c1. I don't get it. Knight e6, queen h5. It seems designed to meet knight d4, but not designed to meet knight f4. And then, oh my God, wait, wait. Hasn't Vidit made a little progress here?
I mean, he's got white has queen d5 check to bail out.
Okay.
But otherwise, I would think black is also Vidit has a minute, but otherwise, 10 moves to make. But otherwise, yeah, I would think black is very nice here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like I was a genius with Rapport Prague too. We'll go back to that. So here we go. So Prague's, he's probably going to make time control. We were in this position, and I said he was calculating king e2. So this is what happened. King e2, b3, bishop h2. So I called that. That's especially if you're in time pressure, that's, I guess, what you got to do. Mm-hmm. And now we're going to take the exchange. King e7. And just my first impression is that the pawn on h3 guarantees that black should have enough. Now, maybe it's not fully true, though, because we could play an f4 at some point and gobble the thing. But it's going to take a lot of work to do the gobbling.
Yeah, there's always rook 8, rook b8.
Mm-hmm. Exactamundo.
So, but f4, and then king kind of hugs the pawn. It does feel like Richard's the one.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, it's so hard to win that pawn. But yeah, I guess, he's definitely ahead on the clock.
Yeah. People talk about Guga. I mean, Divya's having a great event, guys. She beat two 2,600 grandmasters. Like, that's...
All right, they want to do the Schadenfreude. All right, we'll go to... See how long I got to scroll? I got to scroll all the way down to find Gukesh, dude. Here we go.
Yeah, the games don't even load. They got to load the games. There's also a search bar, of course.
Oh, my God.
Probably faster. Yeah, Rapper at 80 minutes against Prague's 1. Which is wild.
Well, all right, we'll take a look at how it went down before. So we were in this position, and I was saying knight f3 looked very good. But Gukesh is in bad form, so he doesn't listen to the chump GM and plays knight c4 instead. Then king f2. Knight c7, she's improving her junk. Rook e5. Rook c8. King. It's starting to look concrete. She's going after it. Oh, dude, he just lost his pawn for nothing. Oh my God.
I feel like I wouldn't have done that.
No, you wouldn't have. Now the simple rook e8 and bro, we got to say that black is better. We have to, right? Okay, wait a second. I could play rook takes and rook f4, and then I win the pawn back, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pawns are still weak. King is a lot closer.
Yeah, that's what we're getting. We're anticipating rook f4 here. Oh, man. Oh, Gukesh, but this is sorrowful to watch. Sorrowful.
You don't think he still wins this? Like, rook f5?
I mean, maybe, but like, you're the world champion, bro. You're supposed to be taking these people down.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'd play rook f4 personally, take that coconut, and it's true. Like I can make claims about the pawns being weak and my king maybe being a little bit more active. So I'd say white's still better.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, Chess Games wants us to look at a wonder. Now, we're kind of breaking our own rules, but the top boards are a little soft at the moment. So let's scroll all the way back up. Where is a wonder? Now, Kostya wants me to use the search bar, but
That's the fastest
I
one.
like to just see like how far down they are. Okay.
That's right there.
So, well, let's go look at the masterpiece.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so standard position, unstandard A6, unstandard H3. Here we go. They're madness. C5. Well, I like white. Oh my gosh, F5. Oh my gosh, these people are insane. All right, obviously he's all right. It looks like he's doing good. Uh-oh, look at that. Ba-bam! B5. Rook D1, baby. Ooh, bishop D7, knight B6. This looks winning right away. It looks winning. Queen E8. Ow! Be nicer. Ow! Be nicer. Ow! Be nice. No, he's not nice. This looks like crispy critters. Well, isn't it? I don't know. It feels like time to resign. When I got here, I didn't fully appreciate that we're just down. We're up a million pieces. Okay, so we're gonna call this game. We're saying a wonder wins.
Yeah, beautiful game.
I want to say with a wonder, it's one thing that's interesting to me is I first met him 2019. He won the junior that year. Hans was playing in that tournament. I was doing the commentary, and I felt, obviously huge talent, but he was not at all fully in on chess. Right? He was like, kind of like one of these kids who seems like they got other things going on in their lives, and I think I don't know exactly, but I think he went off to college, and maybe I sense parental pressure too, maybe a little bit of that. Anyways, he's all in now, right? He's all
Yeah,
in
now
now.
he's definitely all in. Yeah, I think he's graduated and started playing all the U.S. Opens and crushing them, and yeah.
Okay, my friends, here I think we're getting a situation where Keimer definitely lost the thread, and
Right.
here probably needs to reel it in and play Kostya's Queen D5 with an equal-ish position. Instead, he goes for it, and I'm worried for his soul. And this is just a simple move here, Rook G3. There's some scary stuff happening. Okay, wait, but let's just put it from White's perspective. Obviously, he and his coach might have said, we got to play for a win. But also, what is going on Queen H4? What if I just take your coconut? Huge time pressure on Vidit's part here, too.
Maybe black wants G5.
Okay, good question. Let's just say I go back.
Right. And then I'm not sure how black improves. You can just sit like Queen E6.
But you don't really want to play Queen E6.
Yeah. Maybe King G7.
Okay, yeah, maybe something like that. But at this point, you'd say White's better.
Maybe, yeah.
He's got an extra pawn. Okay, so one of the things that was fascinating there, let's go back to the position where I was kind of with you, Kosa. I was like, dude needs to think about making a draw. However, he's got a more basic point, which is, hey, aren't I long-term winning this pawn? And so he thinks for a while, plays E5, and says, I can be passive if I'm going to win a pawn. And
very ambitious.
big time pressure, Rook G3. We're anticipating Queen H4, but he hasn't done it yet.
Questions for Jeffrey Zhang. I like Chess Game's question. What are his current aspirations? Because Jeffrey took a bit of a break recently. Like he stopped playing for a while. Now it seems like he's back. So it would be interesting.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting just to ask him like what he's been up to lately. Because like we don't really know actually. Is he spending a lot of time on chess? He's doing other things.
Yeah.
What does
for
he
sure.
think about the 2600s eating the 2700s alive in this event? Oh, he was a wonder second last year, according to Chess Games. Actually, that tracks because Jeffrey, he was also working as a second for one of the Chinese players, like maybe Tan Zhongyi.
Huh.
He's
okay.
working for one of the top Chinese women as like a second.
Okay.
Maybe that's a good question. See if he's still working with anyone on the Chinese team.
We're GMs today, Kostya. We called it Queen H4, G5, Queen H5, and I think you even said King G7.
Oh, and I was gonna say H4 from White. I didn't see a response for
I
H4.
thought about H4, but I also was like, that's complicated. If Black wants to bail, though, he now has Queen H6.
Yeah, bring the queen over.
And maybe that's not so simple though, because let's just try it. So with 1 minute to go, it's H4 is definitely the one with 1 minute to go you're terrified of, right? So HG, King G5, Rook E1. And your king doesn't easily get back. Also, maybe critical. In this position, it might be interesting also to just play Rook E1 and say, okay, you take, I go here. You got to run, little boy, run. And E7, Rook E8. And maybe
Yeah, I was
this,
just thinking maybe Rook E3 was the response in either
okay.
variation.
Okay, good. And maybe that's going to play out in the other variation too. Let's look. So HG5, King G5. Right. So if I play Rook E1, there is this amazing Rook E3. I think there is.
By the way, Rapport Prague ended draw.
Wait, but Kostya, on Rook E3, at least, okay, on this Rook E3, I can take and go King G3. And that's got to be lost for Black.
Yeah, it's bad.
But in the other one, you're right. If I try to get fancy, well, hold on. Hold on.
Isn't it the same?
It's the same if you play Rook E3. And if you take, then I'm too fast because I'll go Rook E3, snip, snop, E7.
Yeah.
However, I didn't solve this, though, because I went here. I did this. I thought it was very clever. But then on King H3, I don't know what's going on King G5. But it looks dangerous, very dangerous for Black.
It does, yeah. It
So
really does.
can I Zugzwang him, for example? King H3, King G5, and let's just wait. All right, let's just put King H5 on the board for a second. And then I say check to the miserable king, and then
Yeah, you have to check that.
and then it's no good. Okay, so that's, I think, so the thing that we're interested in is what was going to happen after Queen H6. Queen G6 might be much more clever. At least then HG5 doesn't come with check.
Yes.
So here's an example where that could happen. If I go here, Rook E1, now I go Rook E3, and if snip, snop, King, I got to go King G3, and then maybe I got GH. Holy moly. And this seems like it might hold for Black. It's still complicated.
Yeah.
Because maybe I could go King F3 here and then here. Ah, he should be fine here. He should be fine. Queen G6 exclam in time pressure.
Queen G6 found. By the way, I think Geary seems to be like making a lot of progress.
Okay.
Because White used to have a bishop and 2 pawns for the rook, and now he has a bishop and a doubled pawn for the rook. So Parham has lost some material.
Now Parham gambled.
Yeah.
He gambled, buddy.
Which might be like a dream for Geary, right? Parham coming off of a loss, continues to gamble with white. Could be Geary's year. Could be Geary's year, folks.
Yeah, he's given some interviews too where, he's talking smack about how he's the one, how the kids don't got it. And, when you hear it, you're like, okay, I mean, it's good to have confidence, kid, but, you're not on the level. But, it's obviously imaginable that he gets one of the spots.
Yeah.
If he wins this game, I would say he is definitely the favorite at the moment, if he wins this. Because nobody else is winning. Yeah, nobody else is
He
winning.
would join the leaders. Yeah,
He would join the leaders. He would, and not only that, but when you join the leaders, you might get to play blue bomb.
exactly. With white. Someone's getting
With
blue
white.
bomb with white next round, and that dude has a chance. That dude is the favorite.
That's right. Yeah, that guy's the
Again,
favorite.
all due respect to the guy, very nice guy, but he drew with white, didn't really try, and chess punishes people that do that. Chess players aren't super religious, but we do believe in, if you don't score on your opponent, they'll score on you.
Okay, wait a second here, Kostya. Wait a second. You just had me convinced here, and I'm not sure I'm convinced. Why is Black fighting for the advantage here?
I just thought he's improved because he's up a pawn compared to before.
Okay, but how do you do me? Because if I win h7, that's what Parham's saying. He's like, okay, you're a fun-looking guy. I love you, but I'm taking h7, and then what? Okay, so rook a2
On A2.
played. We're anticipating bishop h7. There it comes.
Played.
By the way, I think, I'm certain Black can probably make some kind of draw here if they want, but Parham doesn't want no draw. He wants to bring the bishop back and push his own pawn.
Yeah. Seems like there's some resource. So he just gave check.
Mm-hmm.
Now, King D3, maybe rook E5.
Yeah.
King D3, there's rook E5, rook H4, King G5, right? And you lose the H pawn.
Wait, I didn't understand that. Let's look. King d3, rook e5. Oh, so Kostya's got this variation for us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
To be clear, I didn't think Aguirre's like winning there. I just thought like it looked like his position is better than before.
Mm-hmm.
So King
So-
D4 play.
King d4, good. And very good, Kostya showed us that because that was the intention for Black, was to play rook e5.
But now there's still like rook F4 check.
Yeah, rook f4 check makes a lot of sense because we want that Kostya's variation with rook e5. We really want to trade rooks.
And then if rook F4, King D5, okay, rook F4 played. If King D5, you can keep pushing the king with like rook D2 check. That might be helpful for Black. I'm not sure though. 1 minute for Parham. Where are they at?
So I think
Rook
process
D8,
of elimination, you got to play king d5 here. Because
Yeah.
we've just seen any move backwards, this rook e5 is deadly. Very deadly, because then your rook is truly... This rook f4 is a huge boost. Takes away this square. If the rooks get traded, we land on h4. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So basically, like, if we lose that rook, that's it. So king d5, let's see if we find a way out for white. Kostya was mentioning rook d2, but we need an answer to king c5. Maybe we have one. I haven't seen it yet.
How about rook D2 check, king C5, rook G2?
Okay, king d5 played. Say it again.
So check, king C5, and then rook G2, looking for rook G5.
That looks evil, yeah. It's not very nice.
It's like white's not in time. If black trades rooks, you push H7. Black always gets rook H4 or rook F8 in time. So Pawn will be blocked. It's still not easy once white gets pawn on h7, even if you manage to trade rooks.
Oh, this looks really hard to defend.
Wait, what about rook a2 right now? Ah, king d6. He gets out.
I liked your move. I liked your move here, rook g2. Yep. Anish has the advantage on the clock. They're going to get a couple more minutes in a second here, too.
Yeah, but he has 6 minutes to figure this out, basically.
Oh, you found all this instantly, though, Kostya. But basically, the theme of the position is trade that rook on h5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, dude, Parham gambled twice in time pressure, twice burned. Well, I think this rook d2, rook g2 thing, he's either going to find that or something better than that. And
Yeah, you
then
can go
that's
rook
it.
g2 right away.
Yeah, he might play rook g2 right away. Yours is just nicer. Why not kick him a little further down the road?
Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels like white's in like a mating net because like rook on h5 is hanging. It feels like there's some potential.
Oh, this is crispy critters, yeah.
Okay, go on, Ish.
I felt, oh, Favre, dude, you had such a nice beginning to the event, and now these chumps are getting you. You're getting yourself. You're blue bauming it, bud. You're giving him the blue baum. Oh, man.
Dang.
Someone says, why not just rook e3? Maybe, but I think this Kostya's method is the easiest. We'll see what black does here.
Gary, very focused right now.
Yeah.
On Gary, this is your chance.
People are also talking about rook a2. Maybe that might work, but king d6, and then what?
Yeah, I didn't see follow up there.
Oh yeah, Gary's planning the execution here. Someone says rook a2, king d6, rook d4, and then king c7. No, that's where the king wants to go, by the way. That's his little dream hideout over there.
Yeah. Okay, 3 minutes. Come on, Anish. Your fans are pulling for you.
I was pulling for, I think, I'm pulling for both. Let me just say, I think Anish is a great player. He's, fought his way back into the top 10. He was top 10 for a long time, fought his way back in. But when I think about players who I want to be at the world, at the candidates, I'm not really, I don't necessarily want Anish to be there, dude. I don't feel like do I feel like he's the next, like, could he be the number one? No, I don't. I think he's great, but I mean, he's not number one potential. And the crazy thing is, whoever wins that tournament at the moment seems like they got great chances to be world champion. Like, Gukesh is in a rut, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's reaching. I mean, I agree with you. He's not a top dog. He's just he's like a perennial like candidate, basically.
Yeah.
But you never know. Sometimes people have breakthrough results like in their like he's around 30, right? So sometimes people like when Vichy won the candidates after losing the match to Magnus, I thought that was one of the most amazing things ever. I was like, there's no way he could come back and win a candidates again.
All right, rook e8 played. What kind of sorcery is this? I want to admit that really wasn't on my radar.
Yeah.
All right, point number 1. You cannot move the bishop to d3 because of rook d8. So what happens if I move it, say, bishop b1?
Bishop b1.
I don't know if your method was better, Kostya.
I mean, thank you. I don't know. I'm
All right,
sure.
here we go. Bishop
sure
b1.
Gary-
Oh, I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today. And now we're going to see what Gary's intention was, because I'm sure he thought about bishop b1.
Yeah. It's kind of only moved because bishop c2 was also hanging after like rook d8, rook c8.
Right.
So must have seen it.
Now, there's thoughts of like some mating net with rook c8 followed by b6, but it's not forced, but it is an idea.
Mm-hmm.
You could also check once, king c5, rook c8. But I don't really get it after either king b5 or especially king b5.
No, Gary's back. I don't think he saw bishop b1 or did
No, come on. He has some idea. He has some idea. Here's a thought. Let's say rook d8, king c5, rook c8. Now, we'll look at king b5 in a second, but on king d5, is white completely hosed after rook b4? No, there's also rook f5 check here now.
Yeah.
Okay, what is his intention? Did he should have known.
Under a minute now.
He should have known. They just follow Kostya's easy plan.
Come on, Anish.
What are you doing, buddy? I mean, these guys do like to wait till the final second. It's part of the game. They love to wait.
On the camera, he crossed 40 seconds, and then he goes into like double hand thinking mode. You know, it's like not a good side, Gary move. You got 20 seconds. Just close your eyes and make a move, Gary. Trust in the heart of the cards.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's done. He lost. He lost that time.
No,
He
I'm
lost
watching
that
the
time.
camera. I'm watching the camera. Oh my God. Gary.
Okay. Rook d8
Oh no, he
check.
made it. He made it. He made it. He made it. He made it.
All right. Well, king c5 is forced.
Yes.
And now, what fancy things do you have, little bro?
Okay, they're gonna take a break.
They're going to take a break. Yeah. Let's go look at the Chimer game real quick. So it looks like queen g6 was a star move. Rook e1, rook e3. h5 check. Whoa. King g1. Okay. My intuition is this is a draw, but maybe I could be wrong. Kostya, black is fine, isn't he?
Looks fine.
Yeah, totally fine. All right, we're going to call that one a draw. Nordebek looks like a draw. So, it's just really a question if Anish is a genius or not. Everything, a huge draw round. Which, let's just say the obvious, if you're one of these chumps who are like a full point down, you got to be happy to see this. You're like, oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's going to be the... Let's just assume all draws on the top boards. That seems like the most likely thing. And we just have the same situation. Bunch of players half a point behind. But now Blue Bomb, Nihal, they can't play each other anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll be challenged.
Yeah. And you know, we got a bunch of people waiting in the wings. You know, depending on how they do here, we have Shaq, Theodoru, yeah, all kinds of people waiting in
Yeah,
the wings.
MVL is on +2. Yeah.
Levon, yeah, MVL won, yeah.
Now Levon is down in exchange against Erdo.
Oh man, it's brutal.
And that looks like a pretty good exchange, no? Like for white.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Erdo. Yeah, he's cut.
All right, Kosi, I'm gonna get myself something to drink. You tell people, you find the win. I task you. I give you a dojo task. Yeah, find the win here, buddy.
All right. I'll at least try to figure out what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
I have the instinct now that it's not necessarily winning, but let's see. So King C5. Okay. Let's start with candidate moves for black. One candidate idea, guys, is to go rook d4. No, h7, rook h4, white queens. That's not in 10. Okay. So rook d4, h7. So h7 is coming. Other candidate moves. Rook c8 check. So rook c8, that's the tricky move, because on king d5, there's rook b4, which Jesse found, which looked pretty bad, right? So, okay, guys, rook c8 check, king b5, forced. Forced means we might be on the right track. So rook c8, king b5, rook c3, h7, rook takes b3 check. Let's say king c5, rook c3 check, king goes back. That looks like draw. So black at least has a draw with this rook c8, rook c3. You can give perpetual from behind. Okay, if it was just white's move, white pushes h7, we would still have king g7. King d5, I think, is... Oh, actually, a king d5 is possible. I thought it's... No, king d5, there would be...
All right, Kosi, what's the answer, bud?
Well, I figured out that on h7, black can at least go king g7. But I don't think it's winning for black. I just don't. Just seems like white's gonna tie us down with h7, and then there's no clear mate or anything. E6. Oh, Levon resigned. Wow, Yagaskan, another big upset.
Yeah, dude.
And that's it. Levon's out. Done.
Kind of, and you know, I think there's so many Armenian fans that were pulling for Levon, and it's amazing that he's been able to hold the level he's got at this stage in his career. But I guess we got to say that's, you know, this was the last fairy tale chance. I guess, yeah, he has one more fairy tale chance because he's going to have the knockout.
Cup.
Yeah.
Which he's won before.
Yeah.
He's in it, but yeah, I guess he's aging a bit now, isn't he?
Oh yeah. It's inexorable, Kostya. Let me tell you, buddy, it's inexorable.
No, because Fabi, of course, maintaining his level, but he's a bit younger. But for many years, okay, Levon and Fabi, they were like, going back and forth, 2 and 3, 2 and 3.
People asking, can he hold it? And the mystery to me is when we go back here, this seemed great from Black's perspective. And then he spent 5 minutes in this position, and either rook d2 and then rook g2 or rook g2 directly both seem to me and Kostya to win in a very straightforward way. He maybe thought there was some tricky way that White could hold the position. We could check later with the computer. Instead, though, we got rook e8, maybe playing for some weird mate thing. We couldn't see it. Bishop e1. I guess that even as a chump GM. Then we got rook d8, king c5, and we're now waiting to see, like, what was it? By the way, rook d8 was played with like a second on the clock, so he had to commit to something.
Yeah, and now he's just full tanking mode. So maybe he saw an idea. He's checking it. I'm not sure what exactly he saw.
How about this, Kostya? How about rook f1?
Okay.
All right. So the first question would be bishop e4. Right? So let's just try bishop e4. There's other questions too, but let's do that one. Rook check, king b5. And unfortunately, it's a little bit of a what? Like, what do you got now? I don't see it. You did do the rook c1 thing to him, though. That felt cool.
Yeah, where's the mate? Wait, rook d6?
Okay. So, what's the mate, Kostya? Rook b6, king over, and then mate. Let's say I try b4. It's hard to mate.
Very hard. I mean, White could have also put the king on b4 earlier to kind of have more square.
Yeah. Okay.
No, then there was rook d4 check, right?
Okay. Yeah.
That wouldn't work. But even then, that could be a draw. Takes h7.
Exactly. That was one of the reasons when I went back over here with rook f1, I was like, even bishop c2 might hold. Looks bizarre but if you go this way, then I play h7. And if you go this way, maybe I could say check to the miserable king, rook f2, and this one's a little, bishop c2 is just a weird move. But I was just saying, that's what I was like, there's more questions than the obvious bishop e4. Okay, so rook f1, we have figured out, but to my mind, if you're going to play this way, where you're trying to like do some fancy rook d8 stuff, you're trying to mate him somehow.
By the way, that rook f2 thing, that wasn't working. Black had rook c2 there at the end.
Yeah, I didn't believe it, honestly, either.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So okay. I don't want to do it. But we're gonna have to go look at Gukesh too.
Oh, okay.
Gukesh, buddy, come on, just pull it out, buddy. Just
I
pull
thought you
it
were gonna
out.
I gotta check the engine on a couple moves ago. So Gukesh game now.
Oh my God, fully spicy.
Very spicy.
He might even want. No, he does not want to repeat. There he goes, c3.
But isn't he going to be down a pawn here? BC g3 check.
Yeah, he's gonna be down a pawn.
A little more active. Oh my God. Gukesh.
So she has two choices here. She could tell herself that we want to let him take this way just because the pawns are doubled. The natural way, of course, would just be to say, hey, Yay. Put it, I don't know, let's put it here. And pop. And not only are we up a pawn, but it's not immediately clear how white is going to push those babies.
Yeah. I think Gukesh needs to offer a draw here before it's too late, and Divya, as his friend, needs to accept, and then we can just all go home.
Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know. Is she playing for any kind of special prize, or is she just playing for glory?
I don't know. I can't imagine there's women's prize. Two women in the event. Guessing just rating. Yeah, glory.
Yeah.
I mean, she's having a great event so far. So
Yeah.
if she draws Gukesh, like it completely. I mean, it maybe speaks more on him than on her, but still, like, it's still fantastic results.
Yeah. Pretty well. She has a performance rating so far of 2639. Of course, if she draws this, it'll go up a little bit.
Oh, let me ask you. Me and David.
Yeah.
Our junior draft is coming up.
Okay.
Me and David thought it'd be cool if we each drafted one girl in this upcoming draft.
That's a thought. But wait, is our draft really coming up? Our junior draft?
It's October, right?
Oh, okay.
Every October, folks.
Oh, the heat's on.
So we're going to review the results of last year. I have no idea what's happening. And then last time we drafted 3 juniors. So I was thinking maybe we draft 3 more and a girl, or maybe 2 more and a girl, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Because the girls list is pretty interesting. Like Divya's at the top, and then you have I think Maui Lu is number 2 right now, but she's like several years younger. And then you have Alice Lee and all these other players.
Yeah, we have some great talents coming in the U.S. right now. Like that girls' tournament is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of Rose Atwell.
Yeah.
She's really going for it. I really like a lot of the girls aren't. I don't feel like, and juniors, I don't feel like they're going for it. Rose, oh dude, she feels like she's going for it.
Yeah, definitely. No, a lot of juniors are like, I'm just doing this for college. Rose is like, I want to be grandmaster, which I love to see. I think she will make it because she's made such huge progress.
And she gets $100,000, right? If she makes it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's motivation. No one gave me $100,000. No one gave me $100,000, buddy. Okay. Oh, and this more sadness for Gukesh. I don't know if you picked this up. He's now dropped to 10th in the world.
Right.
Oh, so miserable. And yeah, if he draws this, he's gonna fall to like 13th, dude. He could fall below Anand soon, dude. He could fall below Anand.
Oh man.
Oh, bro.
Imagine that, guys.
Oh no, man. Whew. That's really rough. Yeah.
Anand gonna make it back to top 10 on Google. Not coming back. So Giri's still tanking.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go back. Oh, wait, just Gukesh, buddy. Ah, it pains me. It pains me, bruv. Okay. So that's going on. We're gonna go scroll way up to the top. All right, Anisha's still thinking. The guy's still thinking. Mishra Abdu, I'm just calling that a draw. Keimer, Vidit, I'm calling that a draw. There's a couple games we haven't looked at. We saw, and now Yagiz, dude. He's got a performance rating of 2744. So let's think about the standings actually for a second, Kostya. So Yagiz, as an example, has got 5 out of 8.
Mm-hmm.
Given all these draws, it's still 5 out of 8 is very hard. 5 because all of these people, are just above you. There's a big list of people above you. It's not mathematically impossible, and the draws definitely helped you, but there's just a lot of people in front. Yeah. He's crushing it, man.
Yeah.
Who has him on the junior draft from last year? That's what I want to know.
Erdo or wait,
Erdogmus, yeah.
David got Erdo. You got Adiz Gurel.
Oh, I'm a genius.
I, with my first pick, picked Andy Woodward, but I think I was third. I think I picked third because I won the draft. So I think you and David picked first. You got the two Turkish kids.
Uh-huh.
And then I got Andy Woodward. So, okay, But I think David won the draft because he got Erdo, Faustino Oro, and this kid Ivan, who's also like super talented.
Oh, yeah. Erdogmus has gone up 63 points in the last year. So, yeah, he's flying.
Yeah.
And Gurel's doing well, too. But, Erdogmus, dude, Erdogmus is 14 years old. 14 years old. Oh, man.
No. Really?
Yeah. Didn't you see the video when he played that 1,000-move draw and his mom came up and kissed him? He was clearly just a little boy in his mommy's arms, 14 years old. Buddy, come on, man.
Yeah. I thought Adiz was also 14, but Adiz is older. He's 16.
He's 16, yeah. He's 16.
Because I thought when Adiz beat Gukesh, I thought like, oh, he just beat Mishra's record, youngest to beat a world champion. But no, Mishra is actually younger than Adiz. He just looks a bit older.
All right, so if you look at these guys, the famous Jordan Forrest, if he won this, so if either one of these guys won this, they would have 5.5, kind of putting them in a little bit of contention.
Oh, Jordan 2 pawns up.
It looks very promising, doesn't it? He's trying to figure it out, though, because there is a couple tricks left, I guess. Let's say the obvious question is King D2, because on Rook F2, you have King E3.
Right.
So
if King D2 is working, then it looks really
Right.
bad.
If King D1, there might be chances to hold after Rook F2.
Okay.
So yeah, what magical thing could he do after King D2? Maybe Rook G5?
Mm-hmm.
King D2 was played.
You played. So Rook G5. There's Rook H3.
Yeah, it's a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Rook G5, you'd have to be concerned about Knight F3 to Knight G1.
Yeah. Okay. Rook G5 looks like the move. Because Knight E2, Rook G2, you don't have Rook E1.
This tournament's so brutal. I mean, Jordan Van Forest, right? He's played maybe too many draws. He's +2 here. He's gained only 2.7 points. Oh, that's cold. That's cold.
So hard.
All right, what did we get? I called Rook G5. I'm a GM today. And now we're going to see if he has anything interesting. Something I was trying to make work for white was your Rook H3, check to the miserable king, Knight G1, Rook H8. But here, maybe rook takes and then king g7, or just king g7, and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
It's also just the rook h3 is really a sad thing. And so Shaq is clearly playing with his last chance here.
But I don't see a easy way here for white.
Mishra, great Anton. Last time we looked, it looks like it's been a draw for a long time. He's trying his best, but it looks like a draw for a long time.
When Gary finally moved, he went rook f1.
Okay, let's go back to our last remaining big game. Rook f1. Okay, so we had talked about this. That was the move the Chump GM guessed, but I couldn't figure out an idea after bishop e4.
Yeah, I also didn't find anything.
And h7's a hell of a drug. I mean, if I get h7, this is why we need to, if that rook wasn't on the board, h7 would be nothing. But now it is something.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Kostya. We're at that stage where I think we're allowed to check. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go put in your plan, buddy. Because it wasn't, and the main reason is I'm just kind of fact-checking ourselves, right? Because it seemed like we were right. So we got to move, by the way. Bishop e4 was played. Now, maybe he's got some crazy idea. We're about to find out. But first, let's go look at, where were we here? Rook f4, king d5, and now me and Costa were saying rook d2, rook g2, or rook g2 immediately, winning. Let's see if we're right. Oh, let's see. So here we're going to gut check ourselves here, Kostya. So rook g2, maybe we're missing. We're obviously missing something. It's saying bishop b1 equal. Bishop b1 equal. What? Check
So
to the miserable king.
This endgame, huh? With h7, it's just
H7.
not winnable.
Rook h4, and it's calling this equal. What? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I'm not totally sure about this one.
King d6. This is why we're not super GMs. Let's say rook h3, king c7, and he goes and eats some coconuts. Oh, that's unfair. Wow. Okay. So,
But is it, so I mean, like b5? So that's just, I mean, I believe it's a draw, but it's just like b5, you can still play.
but I go touch the coconut. So I'm going to win your pawns. Or if I just need to win one.
Wait, so b4?
Say here.
And then rook h4. Do you just queen?
That might be a draw, but I'm also just wondering if I just sit, what do you do? Yeah, like I got a blockade on the light squares on. I just sit on it, boss. I just go back and forth.
Right.
And your king has to babysit this over here.
Yeah, no, I was just, I didn't really see a way. I was just hoping that, there was some zugzwang or something. But...
Okay, so I just want to admit I was wrong on that one.
That really does kind of explain rook e8, because to me it felt
Right.
like rook e8 is a move where he doesn't see anything clear, so he just makes a move that maybe Parham will blunder something.
And here's our current situazione with...
All right, guys, so Gary was right, we were wrong.
And it also means that I think Parham's... I think he's doing... Like I said, as long as that rook is in the game, I think he's doing okay. And we looked. I didn't see any mates.
Yeah, same. So probably draw.
If this is a draw, this means like everything was a draw this round. Like, oh my gosh, everything was a draw. That's why David
Yeah,
left
top.
us.
Top 8 board is basically going to be draw.
Oh, I wanted to write David too. So he got an advanced copy of this Danny Wrench book, and I don't know if you've seen it, but that he's getting, maybe his publisher set it up, or maybe I don't know. He's doing all these interviews, some interesting stuff. So I'm gonna say get us copies of Danny's book! Exclaim. I want to read that book.
Yeah, same. It looks like a fascinating book. I had no idea about Danny's story at all.
Oh yeah, I've known for a while, but I never knew the nitty gritty of it or anything, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'd be surprised if he actually told the real nitty gritty in it, you know. But anyways.
Yeah, I'm sure there's stuff he can't say.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to.
Clutch Easily says everyone's still in it after day. Not everyone, but yes, a lot of people are in it. A lot of people are in it. And the next 3 rounds a bloodbath. Yeah, I thought today was going to be a bloodbath, and honestly, it should have been. Like I think, especially like Bluebaum, what are you doing, buddy? You know,
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, next 3 round. Oh man, and we got the weekend. Great. Now, sadly, guys, David is away at camp. I think until Monday, so he won't be joining us for next 2 rounds, but probably for the final round he'll be back.
Yeah, I think that's the intention. Yeah. Pairings will determine a lot. Yeah, who gets Bluebound, buddy? But that's the whole problem. If you get Bluebound, you might think you're doing yourself a favor, but all these other guys have pushed too hard. He's just sitting there saying, I enjoy playing chess, you know. I don't need to do nothing.
Exactly. He's kind of a porcupine.
Yeah.
Can't get too close. He'll prick you. So, I mean, Bubba, I feel like he could still get in. You know, he gets, I don't know, Hans next round. Hans over pushes, loses. Bubba, you know, gets white. Interesting thing, actually, is about the tiebreak, because people are saying Hans has very bad tiebreaks, which will count for determining the 2 places at the top.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. So actually, let me go back, and I'm just going to click on Hans and then think about it for a second. So I'm assuming we don't know exactly what tie breaks they use, but in my experience with tie breaks, they all kind of follow a general situation where if you win early, like Parham, I would guess has great tie breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the problem with Hans is that he drew rounds 1, 2, 4, and 5, and then round 6 and 7. So indeed, his tie breaks are terrible.
Clutch is saying tiebreak 1 is average opponent rating, which is pretty simple.
And you know the thing to say about that, like I said, is you can always, that one's kind of hard sometimes to judge, but at a glance, you just look and see, did they win their early rounds? Because, like, for example, Hans, this was the first time he played somebody over 2,700. And even now, even though he seems like he's having a great event with 5.5 out of 8, he's only up 5.5 points. FIDE.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Yeah. So that was a good note about the tie breaks. All right, we got Rook C7 on the board. That seems like a move which just is going to hold the position, and I think we're saying if h7, we're just going to play king g7 and keep the game going.
Yeah. Yeah, game continues.
El Marino, though, is okay. Rook f5, and I think what this is saying is that the king must go to the e file.
Yeah.
There he goes, king e6.
Played.
And maybe rook h5 could be mildly clever. No,
I think just go back.
yeah, that would be the default, I guess, rook h5. But I could play king f7 there too. And then on rook f5, I would have king g8.
Berlin Chess, look at Vincent game, double exclam. Are you saying that because you're German or because this last move c6 is like, because to me c6 looks normal. I don't know if anything's changed.
Yeah, our take on that is it's definitely a draw. This one, I'm going to go ahead and say, like, this one maybe should be a draw, but this one, there's a lot of play left. I suspect that time pressure will come in again, and this could go for hours still. I can see this going for several more hours.
Yeah.
Because with rook c7, he's just like, no, we're going to be here for a while, buddy. And I'll say the obvious thing is that let's just imagine we get the king on h8. I think then, once we consolidate it like that, then the position becomes pretty scary for white because the rooks eventually start messing with the white king and the bishop and the pawn on b3.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where like the computer would have no problem holding that, but I know that that would be very unpleasant for me. And so one thing that Parham might be interested in is not pushing to h7 so that we don't allow the dark square blockade.
Okay, chat acting very strongly. I guess Vincent's winning. I don't know, just based on chat. Chat's very cool.
Okay, I'll go look. We can change our minds. It's okay.
Let's try to figure it out. So c4, king f5, king f3.
Oh, is this a line that someone's putting into the chat or something?
It's just, we've been doing this for a while. We have a general sense when chat is asking and when chat is telling,
Okay. All right, let's think about it. c6. Now, maybe c6. Okay, spent 23 minutes on it, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you spend 23 minutes on it, it also shows that you feel some danger too.
Absolutely.
I just want to say from my chump perspective that I didn't see how white made anything after, say, king f5. I didn't see it.
Right.
Okay, here's maybe an interesting argument. If you're going to argue this, you could say that the reason white has a chance here is we have 2 moves to give and black only has 1. So if we imagine king f3, let's try g4. That's what I would want to do if I was black. Maybe king e3 though. No, but then you're just going to go back and forth. So wait, I got to try king g3. Let's just put it on g5 for a second. c3, king f5, king h4. Well, we haven't done it yet. This looks terrible. Who knows what's happening?
Yeah. I mean, someone's losing there, right? Like,
well, I mean,
it's king h5 maybe still.
It should still be a draw. But okay, so maybe they're yelling at us because c6 was a mistake. Now, it does look weird to use that pawn move, right? Why are you using your pawn move,
Right.
which can be so important later? Now, maybe from his perspective, what he's thinking is, if c3, then white also burns a pawn move, and he's claiming that king f3, I can play king d4. We'd have to check. Intuitively, it seems like white's too fast. Let's maybe. So chat, let me just say. The only reason I suspect it's winning for white is because you guys are yelling at me. Otherwise, I don't see it. All right, c4 is on the board. And I think Kostya mentioned this move.
Yeah, yeah. C4 was the chat suggestion.
Okay, so let's talk about it. King f5. And now, what is the grand theory?
Oh, okay. D4?
Seems like the only try, right?
Yeah.
So, first of all, let's look at king f4. And I believe the claim is going to be that c5 is winning. Let's check.
Right.
Takes, here, and then b4. And that does look winning, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that could be, so that is maybe our crucial idea, and this could be why c6 was a fail. Is there another move besides king f5? I don't see it. Would surprise us if there was a different move. So d4, snip, snap. So then we check c5.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a little spicier.
To me, it looks like they're queening at the same time, but white's king is going to be like on b6 and going after black's pawns.
I could also be on a5, of course, and be pushing b4 as well. And maybe I do want to be because I don't want to be on the checking square. All right, so maybe I go king takes a5, g4, b4. Takes g3.
And probably you want to keep your c pawn, so you push your a pawn.
Yeah. Intuitively, I would call this a draw, but let's see. It is true that white has achieved something.
I feel like this can't be it because the queen endgame would probably be an objective draw.
Well, this one's...
Chat would be saying, "Oh, dead draw, nothing happening."
This one's a little spicy here. This one's a little spicy. Also notice that when it comes down to it here, it's a little hard to know where to go with the black king. F2 gets in the way of things, like with this check. And so maybe F1. F3 is disastrous because I then queen with check. So maybe F1. And here the dream is to check from B6. But I can play king A4 and all the checks are over. Ooh la la. Okay, we got ourselves a game on our hands.
Yeah, no, Vincent, I was watching the camera, very confident when you played c4. He got out from the board. The shark started circling. Somehow the top players, they just sniff when like someone's in trouble. You know, everyone started looking at their game.
Uh-huh.
And now Vincent's kind of walking around. I gotta say, I like the turtleneck on Vincent. I like that he's the first turtleneck guy since Kasparov. It's like kind of interesting. 'Cause he loves his turtlenecks, as did Kasparov, and then no one in between. How does that happen?
We could be here for a while, yeah.
Gukesh game?
Oh no. Oh no.
There was some weirdness.
I gotta scroll all the way to the bottom.
Wait. Gukesh game was weird. Do you understand this? His last move?
No.
Maybe it's some DGT error. Maybe she played King F8. Is that possible? And that's why he didn't take on G7. I guess we can check the cam actually.
No, the rook's threatened, buddy. The rook's threatened.
Oh, thank you. Okay. That's why he didn't go knight G7 check. King F8, 2 pieces under attack.
Right.
Thank you guys.
Well, Kosi, I'm kind of fading, boss. Do you want to take over? I've been at this for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Bruce can go for 7 hours. Nah, I don't know about me, buddy. I don't know about me.
That's pretty wild. No, I think I'll probably bow out as well.
Okay.
Yeah, David's at camp this weekend with the kids. So he's gonna miss a couple of rounds. Maybe we'll be back Monday.
That guy was a champ, dude. He was streaming forever. He didn't care.
Yeah, insane. Grind and dedication.
But actually, we'll do a little quick synopsis here. So we got Parham has good chances to lose. Keimer apparently is winning according to some crazy AI stuff. And he is a half point behind Vidit. So, for example, on my list of people who kind of have a shot according to the David Proust theory, he's not even on there. But so many people drew this round that, hey, if you win this game, buddy, something's going on. Yeah. Okay. So, cool. And then as I was saying before, it still seems like Misha's got a drawn position. Maybe he's going to try. He's going to try to mess with him a little bit. All right. I'm out of here, my friend. So, no, I'm going to raid somebody else.
Whoa. Yeah, I gotta go on. They caught the guy, Jesse. I gotta go on
who?
Twitter. They caught the guy who shot Charlie Kirk.
Let me ask you something, bud. I mean, there's all kinds of news events and stuff. Why did that one touch your coconuts?
Because Charlie Kirk is incredibly popular, and a lot of people love him.
Do you know people that are into him?
I see a lot of people online
Okay.
that love him, and I mean, he's one of the biggest political commentators right now.
Well, he was. He was one of the biggest
And
commentators.
millions of people just watched him get murdered on television, right? So, that's. Look, I disagree with pretty much everything I've ever heard him say, almost everything, right? But even I feel a little radicalized seeing him just get murdered in front of his family. So I can only imagine what people who like him are thinking.
Okay.
You know. So, yeah. To me, I mean, it seems huge. It seems like a huge because there was already this thing has been bubbling. The right was already kind of exploding over this Ukrainian woman. If you saw that story. And now this happened right after. So I feel like it's just not good.
Okay. To me, I was surprised at how much the media cared. I was like, oh, this is a slow news day.
No, but he's like a Tucker Carlson. He's a huge guy right now.
Okay. I mean, we had the other, those people in Minnesota were shot down. They were legislators and stuff. Nancy Pelosi was attacked, or his husband was attacked. Gretchen Whitmer was about to be abducted. So, I mean, it's all over the place.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's very scary.
Anyways, that's why I was like, slow news day. But I guess I didn't appreciate how big the guy was. And I think maybe for your generation, too, it's maybe a bigger deal. That's my guess.
I mean, I see his stuff on my feed all the time. And it's not because I follow him or anyone close, right? So it's just, I see his stuff all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm going to raid Joe Bruin. I don't know who the dude is. We're going to raid this guy. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning early. Kosi will probably join me. It's It's going to be good times.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, guys.
Rock Angel will join us too. And if you want to join the dojo, you can get 20% off if you just use the word SummerCon in the code. Bye, everybody.